Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, August the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So you guys can hear me in the main room, and I'm just going to wait another couple of seconds for, there you are, Torty, loud and clear. Okay, so I'm loud and clear in YouTube and also in the main room. So before we get into it, some interesting SPY action to say on the CPI number that came out at 8:30. We had a big pop, big drop, all over the place. But as we speak, the market is mildly positive. And before I keep going, this is definitely not in Canada. So Serve. Has anybody seen one of these robots on the sidewalk? I mean, they had news. I mean, it's an earnings play, but that's not the big news. This is not the only thing that I don't know how many other companies they're hooked up with, but the big news for them today was with Shake Shack and Uber Eats, etc. But these robots on sidewalks, has anybody it's got to be in a U.S. city because I do not believe they're in Canada. Pretty wild. Just in California. Okay. Well, I know Shake Shack is in I know they're doing it with a Shake Shack in California, but I wasn't sure if they're in other areas now also. Excuse me, John. Also St. Louis, Missouri. That's not MO. Anyway, just as an aside, I was wondering if anybody, but here's Serve, guys. I mean, Serve is definitely making a comeback. Missouri, excuse me, Missouri. Yeah. So I read what these guys do. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. ALBT. Anyway, I don't know what an external male catheter. I know what a catheter is. A catheter is. I know what male is. I don't know what that external means, to be honest. So it's got. Anyway, ALBT having an amazing day, 264%, only 5.5 million in the float, 68 million have traded. So it's a cooler on wheels. Thank you, Future Science. I would just be looking at. I mean, what's to stop people from just kicking it, knocking it over? Well, yeah, but how does that work, M Silk? How does that work? A catheter that doesn't need to be in. How does that work? Anyway, DGLY guys, DGLY. This is an earnings play. Popped up to 190. It's fallen. It's still up 75%. 13.9 million in the float. A lot of volume already. 22 million. GGLY. I would have thought so. Future Science. This could be an interesting one, guys. I think this is their first earnings release. GRAL. This is a spinoff from some company I cannot remember anymore, but I think this was a spinoff. So this is an earnings play, and the high of last week was 1850. So it's an earnings play, and it's up 11%. Not a lot of volume yet. Pretty low float, just not a lot of volume yet. I get it. They released earnings after hours. You can see the reaction on my 15-minute chart. And it's holding the gains. And the reason I'm just drawing it to our attention is that it had a big week about 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks ago. It did get up to 21. So we'll see what happens once this really gets trading. That's the GRAL. Buru, BURU. Where are you? BURU. And that is not an earnings play. They had some news about, yeah, I can't see any news for them. Yeah, I don't see any news for this one for Buru. No, they had some news on the 12th. Sorry, on the 9th. They had a 849,000 contract from NASA, but other than that, I don't see any news today. That's a big pop. Big short. Sorry, the float is very low, of course. I don't have that on my economic calendar, Casa. Another one at 11:30, a monthly bill auction. Another one at 11:30. Funny, I don't have that on the economic calendar that I get every morning. TCPB, guys. TCBP. I think this is a financing. Yeah, they've done a financing at $1. So it's pretty. It's quite a bit above that financing price. In fact, very much of it. 2 million at $1. So it's way above the financing price. It's still been knocked down by 41%, but it's above the financing price. IVP, now we don't have that as an earnings play, but somebody said it was, and I did check. It appears to be an earnings play, and I don't see it anymore. So it's obviously not up over 7%. So they must have sweetened the deal here. Mars must have sweetened the deal for Kellanova, because this was, I remember this was announced about a week and a half ago, but they must have sweetened the deal. $35.9 billion, $83.50 a share. Surge is not, well, it is surging down though. This is an earnings play. SURG is an earnings play, and it is hit hard on earnings, 23% down. Another one that has moved down on earnings. Let me see if I can find it. GLBE. GLBE. Yeah, so the reason I'm looking at this one is that when you look left, there's the next low is around 28.69. So almost $2 to the next low for GLBE. It has popped a bit though. In fact, it was below that at one point. It was below that low at one point in the pre-market down to 20, say 28. So it has moved, starting to come back a bit. And this is GLBE, Israeli stock. Big float. Well, not a big float, but not small. 99 million in the float. Eat. Eat is an earnings play. Where are you? Up or down? It's a gap down on earnings. So it must be in this. Here we are. Down 11.9% right now as we speak. Another one gap down, and it is trying to recover somewhat. 58.20. Yeah, it's a big recovery. It's almost $4. And DraftKings was it's not an earnings play, but it was popping into my into the scan. I don't see it anymore. Where are you? I don't see it. I don't see it anymore. I know somebody put I think Truist put a $50 price target on it for DraftKings, BKNG. Now Morgan Stanley has cut the target 247 from 51. Not that big a deal. Needham. Needham is maintaining a $60 price target. And Truist, I think, was at 50. So there's some analysts are certainly putting some much higher price targets on the current price. QFin, you guys are talking about QFin. I did see it right here. There you are, up 8%. QFin is an earnings play. Somebody said, yes, this is an earnings play. China, good volume too, actually, pretty good volume, 238,000 shares already. I don't know what the float is. I'd have to reload it. Nice gap up, though. Certainly a nice gap up on the weekly chart, taking all this out. VSCO. Okay, let's take a look at Victoria's Secret. The power of replacing this, just like, well, yesterday with Starbucks and Chipotle. So, yeah, okay. New CEO, stock jumps, and also preliminary results. So they don't release until August 28th, a couple of weeks from now. So, but they're releasing some preliminary results, what they're anticipating. So may as well be an earnings play right now. Plus the CEO, new CEO, basically raising second quarter outlook. Great name, Hillary Super as the new CEO. And again, through the 200-day moving average. How's Chipotle doing today? CMG licking their wounds after their guy left them. Yeah, okay, coming back. So it's above the high of yesterday, still below the 200-day moving average though. Okay, market is still holding on to its modest gains. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. All right, what you're seeing here, so these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. 76% in green, meaning 76% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Let's take a look at TRGP. This is an earnings play. Yeah, only three shares. So just a quick look at these ETFs. So solars, so TAN is up a little bit. There is the semis, SMH. And let's see, anything else happening here that might be of interest in terms of an outlier? An outlier meaning some, maybe a strong sector, but you see one very weak stock, or a vice versa, a weak sector and a strong stock. I don't see anything like that. But as I've been doing now for a while, let's take a look at the ones that were close to the 200-day moving average, XLE. So you can see what happened. XLE got into it yesterday and just closed a little bit above it. So it's still a little bit above the 200-day moving average. That's the green line on my daily chart. And let's take a look at XLK, the tech sector. All right, we're starting to move away. We're starting to move away from that 200-day moving average after a few days underneath. And consumer discretionary, that was the other one. So far, I think this is still going to be right around it, if not just below it. Okay, so yesterday it did close above it. XLY, consumer discretionary. So I don't think there are any of the major sectors now that are below. XRT is still above. Yeah, so I think they're all the major sectors are now above the 200-day moving average. I mean, some are very close. Take a look at financials, XLF. That never got below, I don't think. No, not even close. CRKN, you're mentioning Daniel, you're mentioning CRKN. I don't see it anywhere, but let me just type it in and see what it looks like right now. CRKN. Okay, the volume is a little light. Only 23,000 shares. All right, so so they are raising $400 million. Is that right? $400 million. So they're upping it from 350 to 400 million. That is CORZ. High yesterday was 897, 897. That was the high yesterday. Give me one moment, please. I'll be right back. Hmm. The trade of the week is now underneath the. Oh, it is not. I'm sorry, it is not. So the trade of the week is still hanging tough, guys. The trigger was 950, so we're at 1015 right now. I'm hoping it still maintains in this level and even higher for tomorrow because Steve Gomez will be in our YouTube room tomorrow, and he's the originator of the trades of the week. Not easy trying to come up with one stock. Was CPI cooler than expected, Jay? Well, I guess not. I mean, it was a very interesting reaction. This is the SPY and the 5-minute chart. That was at 8:30. Big pop, big drop, but it's so I didn't really look at the numbers to be honest. I just look at the reaction of the market. So yeah, so Kellanova, does Kellogg still trade somewhere? So that means that Kellogg's is going private. Oh, wait a minute. No, CLG. Well, oh, KLG. All right. So Kellanova, I guess, was a spin-off. All right, guys, looking to see edible. I know it's an earnings play, pretty cheap one. EDBL is an earnings play. EDBL got up to 172, pulling back down to 142, still up 20%. Very low float. Another one, very low float. Mars is not public though, is it? So they really must have they upped the because they were bidding for it back here, and so they sweetened the deal today. Their earnings play, guys. XP. I don't think there's a lot of volume yet. No, not a lot of volume. Yeah, it's a Brazilian stock, but it is up 7%. I have this GNLN still thumbnail just in case something crazy happens today. Had a little spike this morning up to 1061, but right back down. Yeah, CORZ keeps moving here, guys. Yeah, CORZ keeps moving here. Again, with an upsized $400 million, 3% convertible senior notes due 2029. So that is the financial news for it. Raising money. ALBT, did it take out $1? It did not take out $1. So Grail, guys, is kind of the one I'm focusing on a bit here, just in case, because traders will look at this. So when I got up to 2149, this was a spinoff. This was not an IPO. I can't remember. I think the spinoff is from a company starting with the letter I. Wonder if it's in the news here. Illumina. Yeah, and that separation from Illumina. Okay, so that happened back here. Nika Curtis, yeah. That's what I do like our news for. I can go back in time, and we usually have the news here. So, and it's it's a low float, 26 million in the float. Right now, untradeable, 1768, 18 on the bid ask. But once the market opens and the volume picks up, I'm sure it'll tighten. It reminds me a little bit like what happened with Leeway yesterday. This was an earnings play, horrible spread at the beginning, and it just kept moving higher and higher and higher, though. All right, guys, what I want to do now is get the layout that I'm going to use once this market opens. So let me do some rearranging here. JJ, just give me one moment as I just have a couple things I have to do on my other monitor. Okay, and then I'll answer your question. And I can basically say the answer is no, but Yeah, so surfing will take a look at every single top list window that you have open, okay? Even if you don't have, even if you have it minimized, okay? So as long as you have it open, even if it is minimized, it'll look at every top list window you have. It'll look at your price alerts window if you have it open. And it'll also, if you have our AI, it'll go through the AI also, okay? So you cannot specify it to only look at a certain top list window. And let's take a look here. Okay, so again, if you have our AI, guys, this is what I would look at. This window right here. Give me a moment as I just move this down. So yeah, this is all I would look at. I mean, I know we have an AI channel, but I think it's, there's, for me anyway, just way too much information. If all you care about is the alerts today, this is all you need. So if you click on new from our toolbar, and you'll notice we have three that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one, the one that says premium AI strategy trades window. This is what you're going to see. You may have different column headers, but in essence, this is what you're going to see. The only thing I would also do is if in the filter box, if it does not say none, just hit the down arrow and uncheck whatever is checked. More than likely profitable. These could be checked. My opinion, you should be watching them all day long, whether they're profitable or not. Notice there's nothing in the box right now, in the window right now. No alerts until at least 9:40, okay, 10 minutes after the market opens. That is by design. That doesn't mean we'll get one at 10 minutes after, but that is, and all you have to do then is just incorporate this window as part of your layout so you don't have to load it every day. All right, I am going to experiment a little bit today. I want to see if I can actually load a tree map without my system really, really bogging down. Give me a moment, guys. Just rearranging some things. All right. Now, typically, I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Yeah, that serve is definitely, why do I have Mercy here or Mercury Systems here? A little pop here. It is an earnings play. This is an earnings play. Not very much volume yet. They released earnings after hours, holding and now popping. So holding the gain, the after hour gains, and now moving higher. And that is MRCY. What's the position in year range? Almost a year high now. Well, actually, it would be a year high now. Don't count the pre-market, but you can see it's wiping all this out. So obviously a year high now. And that is MRCY. 1 minute. Thank you, William. So yeah, we got less than a minute to the open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Do I know where, what time is it now? 9:22. I think I've got just enough time to take a look. Question is where, I think it's fairly straightforward, but let me take a look. Tools, new price alert, new price alerts. Okay, new price alerts. You're talking about the price alerts, right? How you can set something on the chart and then it goes into your price alert window. Is that what you meant? Okay, good. So just click on new and then price alerts. Okay. All right, guys, we're now open. So and we have our first halt of the day right off the bat, HNNA. Well, did you not see what I did? Just click on new in the web-based version from your toolbar. Click on new, and then it's there. You'll just find it. Price alerts. GNLN, guys. I mean, this is okay. It's actually the same. Just click on new, and maybe you didn't see. Did you not see what I did? Oh, good. Okay, you did see it. Okay. I was just going to show you again. All right, guys. Let's see. Veri, VERI, or Genpex, GNPX. Now this one was an active one yesterday, got halted on the way down. Okay. ELWS got halted on the way down. Shop, guys. This has got room when you look left, of course. Wow, a lot of room. Look at the weekly chart, 70, almost $78. That looks like the next high looking left for Shop, Shopify, SHOP. So I see Grail actually move down. Let's see if it comes back up to the. So I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. Things seem to be, yeah, pretty well, obviously very volatile. Okay, digital GGLY, cheap one though, cheap one. DGLY making a market high. Pre-market high was way up here at $1.90. This is an earnings play. GGLY looking left, got some room to two, but the LRN halted on the way. Another one halted on the way down. We are seeing a lot of stocks halted on the way down now. I would say that you asked me this question, I don't know, 6 months ago. Maybe once every 2 or 3 weeks, you might see one halted on the way down. Seeing a lot of stocks halted on the way down now. All right, UBS is an earnings play, guys. UBS is an earnings play coming into, well, looks like some resistance right around 31. All right, easy come, easy go. Looks like ALBT, and that's about it for it. Could not take out $1. Starting to drop now, 72 cents. INTA, INTA, what is this one doing? INTA, this is an earnings play. Didn't see it in the pre-market, didn't really do much in the pre-market. INTA is an earnings play. What's the float? 65 million, not high, not low. Looks like the high was 38.25. That is another high. That's a high to get You try to take out maybe 38.25. Got a lot of action right off the bat. As you're talking about NFE and FE, Mama, MAMA, Mama. Let's take a look at Mama. Mama's Creations. This is what a sector it's in. This is meat processed from carcasses. That's the sector it's in. Meat processed from carcasses. Okay, there's Mama. It's not an earnings play. I don't know what's going on with this one. I haven't seen this one for a while. Take a look at EAT, guys. So EAT had a little bit of a recovery, and it looks like it's starting to move down again. This is an earnings play, and the low in the pre-market was around 58.65. So a little bit above that, about $1 above the low of the pre-market for EAT, EAT. Now there's the QFIN now. QFIN is now volume has picked up. QFIN is an earnings play. I think was that UCASA, the post RNA is company announced public offering. Yeah, boy, the market's liking it. They're raising a lot of money, 2.7 million at 36.50. Price is 39.50 now. So $3 above the financing price. Market is not minding that at all. They're raising a lot of money. 100 million. Cheap one, guys. I don't know if it's an earnings play. NXPL. Okay, there's Victoria's Secret, new CEO, and projected when they do announce earnings in a couple of weeks. They're giving decent guidance, positive guidance, I guess. Teva. I wonder if Teva is an earnings play. TEVA. No, it is not an earnings play. Just popping up. TEVA. Next high looking left, getting close. 1761. Some volume coming into Teva. Oh, guys. Okay. NKTX. This is an earnings play. I did see it. This didn't have that much volume, but the volume has certainly picked up now. NKTX is an earnings play. Probably a relatively low float, 41 million in the float. Coming into maybe some resistance right around now. 619 is the next high looking left. And then after that, you've got 666. So the ominous 666. Well, mama's on the move, guys. I don't see any news for it. NKTX keeps moving here, guys. NKTX, I said 619 was the next high. It is now above that. So now the next high is 666. This is an earnings play, NKTX. Okay, guys, Grail's trying to have a little bit of a bounce here, GRAL, after it got sort of slammed down a bit. Still up 8%, but all the way down to 1641. So still interested in this one once it kind of settles down. Okay, guys, kind of watching ANAB to see if it holds 40, ANAB. Grail is just not wanting to do it. Is this shortable for me? Yeah, actually, almost a million shares available to short. Next low looking left is 15. Market's gone just a mildly negative. NAS is that right? I don't think that this can't be this can't be right. This must be from yesterday still, or is it stuck? It's impossible that Dow's up 450, NAS is up 384, and the SPY is down 21. This must be stuck from yesterday. So are you guys getting the same, or is it just me? Oh, here we go. I just did a refresh. Okay, that's a little more like it. So the Dow's down. Dow was up a little. Nas is down a little. SPY is basically flat, but moving down. So you guys who are short, obviously they're starting to work now. Well, a refresh. Go to your account and do a reset connection. That's what I did. Just reset the connection. So go to account, reset the connection. Okay, Paul. Give it time. It might take 30 seconds. That's because it wasn't instant for me either. All right, guys. Well, I was waiting to see if ANAB could hold 40. It looks like it is holding 40. For those of you with the AI, you can see 4019 was the alert, 4080 right now. Not bad. MRX, let's take a look at MRX. What is this one doing? Is this an earnings play? Yeah, another earnings play, UK stock. Earnings play, MRX. And when you look left on the weekly chart, let's take a look, 2345. So it's above that high. And in fact, this is a lifetime high. MRX is a lifetime high. This is spread like not terrible. I mean, it's 20 cents. Not end of the world spready, but lifetime high, MRX, lifetime high. Yeah, this is interesting to me. The MRX. I mean, the spread is widened now about 33 cents, but it is an all-time high for MRX. Don't know what they do. Brokerage services for commodities, financials, and foreign exchange. Okay, so all-time high for MRX. Probably halted on the way. Oh, halted on the way up. Okay, now this is an earnings. Sorry, just not an earnings play. They did a financing. That's right. They did a financing at $1. Another one that's above the financing price. TCBP still down 27%, but TCBP was halted on the way up. Probably a low float. Well, I don't believe that. We've got 100,000 in the float. All right. Wow. Buru from our AI. Not too bad, guys. 222. Not too bad. 222 to 242 now. BURU. And Wyatt, Victoria's Secret. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. The CEO, new CEO coming in. And it's not an earnings play exactly, but they're guiding higher, I guess. Preliminary results. Oh man, I would love this one to catch fire. This GNLN. More expensive one, guys. Flutter. And so online betting and gambling, and gaming operates in the UK, Australia, and the US. Okay. Flutter. I've heard of this, and this is an earnings play yesterday. FLUT. Yeah, Buru is doing very well, guys, from our AI. Very well. The next high looking left is 458. So, I mean, it's doing very well so far. I don't see any news on it. It's not an earnings play. It had earnings on the 8th. So, it's not an earnings play today. I don't have any news on this one today. There's probably something somewhere, but do not see it. So, where could Buru keep going? The next high looking left is 281. 281. It's just too early for me. But there was the very bullish color transition on the go no go chart for Buru. I'm finding anyway, when it goes from that orange right to the powder blue, as opposed to hitting that intermediate aqua step. I'm going to go over all this. Time's it now? In about, say, a little over 15 minutes. So this is what we're talking about, guys. 26% now, 222 on the alert, 280 right now, approximately for the BURU. That's from our AI. Not a dumb question at all, Bjorn. So in our YouTube room, got all my chart scanners, etc. How do you link so you can hotkey to buy and sell within a second? Okay, well, first of all, we don't really have hotkeys, but if you're talking about this buy and sell here, a couple of things. You'd have to have an Interactive Brokers account. Okay, if you're so I don't know what your account is, Bjorn. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account, then you can't really do it. That's number one. And it's not going to be a hotkey either. It's not going to be a hotkey. Yeah. So there really isn't a hotkey like that. But the first thing is, who is your broker? And can you hear me, Bjorn? Can you hear me? Yeah. So you cannot. You can. Yeah. So we don't link. I mean, we link with Charles Schwab in that when you click on an alert, it'll show up in your Schwab platform. But from there, you have to trade it. Okay. So there's nothing. There's nothing you can do from within Trade Ideas to hotkey your buys and sells. Maybe within Schwab you can, but I don't know Schwab's platform. So Interactive Brokers, the one I use, has fees. Okay, about half a cent a share. They do have a light version, but we don't link with it. So they have a light version, not available in Canada, so I can't. I couldn't have it anyway. But somebody said we used to link with it, but we don't link with it. So no, not even Thinkorswim, Michael. The only one we really do well at in terms of linking to a broker is, I know in theory we do E-Trade, but as Steve says, their API is not as good as Interactive Brokers. So Interactive Brokers we do link very well with if you want to trade from within Trade Ideas. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Okay, yeah. So we don't offer hotkeys, not like you're thinking, not from within the platform. It'll be within your broker's platform. Ooh, this could have an interesting open, guys. So BSLK just got halted, and this is the projection of the open. So this blue screen you see here, this has nothing to do with Trade Ideas. This is Interactive Brokers. And here is their projected open, 773. Of course, that doesn't have to remain. Most of these halts are 5 minutes long. So if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open at 10:02 plus 9 seconds. You can see how this number changes. That's the word I was looking for, changes. But as we speak anyway, it's above the halt price. The projected open is above the halt price. GNLN. You got to be careful in this one, though. You really got to be careful. This one is so whippy. Spread isn't terrible right now, 1072. 1079, 1089. It's not terrible. We've seen this act before yesterday. And you can see the price alert just triggered. So the high of yesterday was actually 1176. And it's all because of the float, of course. The float is so low. You can have all these have crazy action. Oh, it's teasing me like you wouldn't believe. So remember, they did a financing just before the market closed 2 days ago, about 3 minutes before the market closed, and that kind of thumped the stock. The stock was sitting up at $21. All right, guys. Well, we are now, let's take a look at the market. So NAS is down. Dow is still up. SPY's down a little. Well, E-Trade, yeah, we do have it, but it's Steve who will be in our YouTube room tomorrow. The E-Trade's API seems to be a little, I mean, look, you can, in theory, we still support it, okay? You can connect to E-Trade, but if somebody asked me which one, if you were sitting on the fence about either getting IB or Interact or E-Trade, I would go Interactive Brokers. Yeah, things have really changed, I guess, with E-Trade's API in 2 years. So I have no experience with either. I've never been one to trade from within Trade Ideas. I've always just traded from within the broker, which is Interactive Brokers for me. I've just really never had the need to trade from within Trade Ideas, to be honest. Yeah, I'm sitting on my hands right now, guys. I was hoping maybe for the Grail earlier, GRAL, but it has just not done it. Oh man. All right, guys. Well, GNLN. Okay, well, look, you got to be careful with it. Just you got to be awfully careful with it because it's got these pops and then these big drops. So, ooh, there is my trigger right here at 11:40. Well, we're a real-time scanner, Bjorn. Okay, nothing wrong with TradingView. TradingView to me is a great charting program. But if you're looking for a real-time alerts, look at GLN. Come on, finally, finally, finally. But I have dumped some, okay, because I just don't trust it. But finally, this is the move I wanted it to do yesterday. I'm going to go over that in a bit, Bjorn, if you can hang on. Yeah, sorry. Shameless cheerleading, I understand, but this one was driving me crazy yesterday. You're right about FIBO, by the way, Baba. Yeah, what's the volume like? FEBO, but from our main room. What's the volume like? Yeah, that's what I thought. It's just the volume is just so light. Again, guys, if you're in the GNLN, do not wander away from your computer. Okay. This is the best move I've seen on this one for a couple of days now in terms of sustained move. And all traders are doing, they're just looking left, okay? And they're seeing this crazy action of 2 days ago when I got up to 2184, 13 now. Wow. So if you're wondering why I saw it, well, of course we can see it here, but I had this one thumbnailed, okay? I've been watching this one intensely, and now I think it just got halted. Yeah, got halted on the way up too, guys. And here's your potential open. Here's your halt price, 1336. Oh, please. I don't. Sure, why not? $150. Wouldn't that be funny? It's not going to happen, but you can see how this is very, very volatile right here. Okay, so I cannot speak for Thinkorswim, of course, Torty. But do you have any sort of limit offset? You know that you'll be willing to take the trade at a certain price, up to a certain price above the your limit order. I mean, I can't speak. It's you know, I have no idea. Thinkorswim thing. Well, that certainly has made my day so far. So a limit offset is basically most. Now you may not know it. You may not have it. Oh, you have to have it in Thinkorswim. Basically, the limit offset says something like this. If I get an alert, say I got a real-time alert for a serve, okay, serve, and I wanted to take it. Maybe it's moving fairly quickly. What would I be? And I got the alert at 1303. The limit offset would say something like, okay, but I will pay actually maybe at 5 cents more than the price that that my alert price, up to 5 cents more. I mean, I'm just using that as an example because typically you have to do that because I mean some stocks are usually to get a fill right at the actual alert price, pretty rare, unless the stock just gets stuck there. So, but if a stock is moving a little bit, you're saying to yourself, okay, how far outside of the alert price will I take the trade? That's the limit offset. But it's not hotkeys. I mean, even our, in our strategies here, for instance, you can set a limit offset. So you're telling, if I were to link with Interactive Brokers and trading, and I had a real time alert, I could say, put my, your limit offset is going to be set for the strategy. So it's really not a hotkey. It's just the limit offset. But if you're saying like, I don't know enough about Thinkorswim, so maybe I shouldn't be talking. I'm talking now. So be it in our YouTube room. All right. Oh, I'm sorry, I got excited. I thought GNLN opened at 1350, but not yet. 1360. All right, if this is a 10-minute halt, a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 10:11 plus 35 seconds, 10:11 plus 35 seconds. So we have got another little over 35 seconds to go. If this is a 5-minute halt, this is why I have some thumbnail charts, guys. I like to keep some of the super active ones always up and running, even if they're not alerting. But this one, of course, was alerting anyway. But okay, guys, maybe 10 seconds now for this to open. Oh, look at this open, potential open. Yes. Oh, brother. Okay, guys. I've just taken some more off, and I don't have that much left, but I have some left in case it does the insane and gets even close to this area up here. That's the GNLN. Wow. But again, watch how whippy it is. I mean, this got up to 1457, right back down to 1369. So, whew. And as you can tell, this is a strong a strong definition of an alpha stock. Okay, this is what the market's doing, and this is what this is doing. This does not care what the market is doing at all, which is what Traded is. We're really good at finding those alpha stocks. Hang around, Bjorn. Okay. Oh man. Okay, guys, I'm all gone. I'm all out of it now. Okay, it got close right to that 15 level. You've traded stocks for the last 10. Okay, what? 10 minutes? 10 hours? I'm kidding, of course. You're probably saying you wanted to say 10 years, right? All right, guys, it is now 10:15. So I'm going to go over my homepage and the information you can find on my homepage. So Bjorn, stick around because not only do I go over the information on my homepage, but a little explanation about what Traded is all about. Okay. So let me go to my homepage or put my homepage link in. Well, I think you've come to the right place, Bjorn. Traded is excellent at finding day trading opportunities. So first things first, if you click on my homepage link, at the very top, you will see a way in which you can take out a subscription. Barry 15, that'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, anybody who's listening, not just you, Bjorn, please use my promo code. This will really help to keep the room free. Okay, the room's free. The rooms get credit for the subscription, and that keeps the rooms free. And if you do take out a subscription, you must either get started. 10 short videos. The first one, the download and install. First, start up and log in. Scrolling down a little bit, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through all the videos if you look at each one of them. You don't have to look at, like, I would forget about dock layout, to be honest. Okay. But anyway, 30 minutes to go through them all. If you are new to trading, a free series of videos for you, Trading 101. And Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. It's not a third party. I do a stock of the day video. I wonder what it's going to be. Stock of the day video right here. You can sign up for it here. Free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You can sign up for it right here. Let me see how it's doing right now. Now with this market downturn, let's see what's happened with SMR. Probably moved down. Yeah. So the trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it, and it is free. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, please check your promotions folder. So the trade of the week, as I said, was SMR. The trigger was 950. It actually triggered on Monday. Okay, it actually moved down from the trigger price, but yesterday it got up to 1038. How you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. These are designed for longer term holds. And here is the education section. Here's our user guide. Here's the getting started again. Now, a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. Stock racing. You'll notice I'm running a stock race here. I actually have two of them. I just toggle back and forth. Forgot to start it. Okay, and this is, but if you want to create your own stock race, I'm going to go over my races, but if you want to create your own, this is how you do it right there. You notice this is how I knew about GNLN. Yeah, I put price alerts on charts all the time. And if you did want to create your own watch list of symbols you want to watch, here's how you do it. There's a lot more information in the user guide. Of course, you don't have to learn everything. Scrolling down a bit in my education section, there's the getting started again. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Wednesday. It should be Jamie. Jamie sometimes listens to me, so he might even tell me that it is going to be him, but I will confirm before I take my break that it'll be Jamie in our YouTube room. And last, if you're looking for my scan, so if you click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section right here, these are the scans that I'm currently sharing. So these two races, oops, what did I do? I think I accidentally, I delete my race. I think I clicked on it. Give me a moment. Did I do that? I think I X'd it out accidentally. All right, not a big deal. I just have to load it again. So give me a moment, guys. Of course, the problem is I've lost the initial ones, but that's okay. So let me just drop it in here. Okay. Yeah, I must have done is I X'd it out accidentally. Okay. So the races. So here are the two races that I'm sharing. I toggle back and forth. Halts resumed. Look how active the Halts resumes is today, right here. The momentum scan is down here. And my upside movers versus downside movers right here. So these are the ones that you can see. I do have a couple other scans on my other monitor. I have two other monitors, but I don't have all these scans open, and neither should you. You have way too much information coming at you. Okay. But I do have a lot of other scans that I created that you can take a look at. All right, let's take a look at what Trade Ideas is really all about. To demonstrate that, I'm going to use the momentum scan. All I did was I just wanted to take it out of here so it's free floating, so it's a little bit easier for people to see. So we are a real-time alert scanner. Now we do screen, a lot of great screening programs out there. We do screen, of course, but what we're excellent at is real-time alerting. So what do I mean by that? This is an alert window. That's why it says A in the upper left-hand corner. I call it momentum. I right-click on it, configure, summary. So this is what the scan is looking for. So if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, it is time of day sensitive. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute was at least 1,000% of normal. In 5 minutes, it was 400% of normal at least. Okay. So the bottom line is this: if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why SVRA showed up. And since then, since 10:15, and we're now at 10:21, there have been no stocks that are meeting these filter requirements and making a new high for the day. Okay, which makes a little bit of sense, when the SPY is moving down, but if I keep talking, my guess is that something is going to show up here. Now, if you like the scan the way it is, then you can have it, of course. But if you want to make any changes to it, for instance, you may not like the price range. Maybe you don't. Maybe there's something else you don't like, or maybe you want to add a filter that you know. You want to add a RSI or some other filter that you like. You can always add it to the scan. This is what I like to see, but I'm not trying to force what I like to see onto you. Okay. Number one. Number two. If you want to create your own scan right from scratch, of course you can. This time I'll click on search. So right at the very top, these are the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, we have a lot of other different real-time alerts. Okay, and if I keep scrolling down, these are these screeners, the filters that we've got. We have a lot of them also. So again, looking at this for the first time, don't get overwhelmed by all the information, thinking, man, this is way too complicated. How am I supposed to learn them all? Well, the good news is you don't have to learn them all. The reason there are so many, though, is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to learn a complicated programming language in order to create a scan. So obviously, then they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all these different filters, so that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. But again, you don't have to learn them all. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day and a handful of the filters. I like a certain price range, minimum volume, things like that. It doesn't mean that the ones that I don't use are bad. It just means that for my trading style, that's all I need. Your trading style may be very different. And so you can scroll down and you might, if you're, have some idea of trading, you might go, wow, I wouldn't mind try that alert. Okay, so that's what we are excellent at, though, real-time alerting. But of course, we do the screening also. Let me just close this down. So yeah, again, since 10:15, there has been no real-time alert that has come in that has met all the filter requirements. So I'm sharing a lot of my scans. We are also, just let me move this down. We have a lot of scans. We have a toolbar. Click on new, and then dock channel bar. These are all theme-based channels, and each one of them, there are a lot of scans in here also. So if you don't want to build your own scan, you can take a look at my scans. And again, you can tweak them maybe to a different price range or something else that you might like. We've got a lot of scans in the toolbar. These are all theme-based channels, which you can scroll through. You can take a look at, or you can build your own scans from scratch if you want to. Now, I just want to get back to the GNLN. And I want to see later on in the day if it takes up maybe 1385, the high of that candle right there. So the big thing about Bjorn, the big thing, and anybody else who's listening to me, the big thing about day trading is you've got to find stocks that are acting abnormally. Okay, obviously that should make some sense. Because why do you want to get into some stocks that is not trading very much or not trading abnormally? But one of the great filters we've got, for instance, look at the GNLN. Okay, see where it says relative volume of 28. That means it's trading 28 times normal of compared to what it normally would do up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. So let's call it 10:30 Eastern time. It is trading 28 times what it normally has done, and I think it's over. This is a very general statement on the. It's a proprietary filter. There's more to it than that, but over the last 30 days, and it looks at the last 30 days up to this time of day, and it's trading 28 times normal. Okay, so that's the first thing you want to be able to do when you're day trading is to zero in on stocks that are trading abnormally. Now, most of the stocks we see here, then here's another one, 19 times normal, SVRA. That doesn't mean just because we get and by the way, we just got an alert, didn't we? No, we didn't. No, it's still 10:15. Now, just remember now, the program is called Trade Ideas. So these are all ideas that have been generated. Doesn't mean that just because you get an alert, you just pile into the trade. Now, the hard part comes. You have to, you click on the alert, you start looking at a chart, and depending on the time frames that you like, the types of setups that you like, because the chart is telling you a story. Should you take the trade or not based on what the chart is trying to tell you? For me, who is a momentum type trader, I'm always looking left. But when I get an alert, I'll look left on a daily chart to see, okay, because most of my alerts, of course, are going to be at the high of the day or the low of the day if I want to short. So the first thing I do is I want to look left to see, okay, where could it go before it hits that next high in the daily chart? So, I mean, if my current alert was at 427 and the next high is at 435, that's too close. I'm not going to take the trade. Ooh, GNLN teasing me again. I'm going to be a little wary of it right now, though, guys. So I don't want to. I did, to be honest, I did very well. But boy, if it takes up this high right there, anything could happen. And that's the reason. I mean, look at GNLN. The next high looking left was 1176. Okay, so when I got that alert, I mean, it already taken out that high. But I actually did get in earlier. I'm just looking. I did actually get earlier, just based on the way it was trading. Normally, I would wait. I would have waited for that high to be taken out, but I actually got in at 1139. So I'm out of it now, completely out of it now. But well, that's typically what I do. I just keep looking left. Now you see, this is why I was, at 2160 is the next high looking left. Now, again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance, getting in the way of a stock moving higher. A lot of other reasons why it won't go higher, but that won't be one of them, hitting a high. If I cannot see the next high looking left on the daily chart, then I look at the weekly chart. Now let's talk a little bit about the racing, okay? Because the racing, if you're somebody who doesn't want to just look at stocks that are near the high or the low of the day, the racing can do that for you also, but it can also show you stocks that are pulling back into certain levels, okay? So let me go to this one right here. Unfortunately, because I accidentally deleted it, I think I did anyway. I don't think it's anywhere else. Just do a little look. I don't think it is. Actually, all I have to do is just click on Windows and show all. See if it popped up anywhere. No. Okay. So let me go to the large cap gainers from the open, okay? Oh, the biggest gainer. What is going on here, guys? I must have, well, I kind of botched it. I must have deleted the wrong one and then loaded the wrong one. These are the two I want up. But what you should see right now, but I will explain it. What you should see right now is probably a top 10 list. So anyway, let me explain what this means. So this is the biggest gainers from the open. So I'm running 4-minute races. Again, if you go to my homepage, go into the education section and then click on the guide, you'll see there's a whole section on running races. So I'm running 4-minute races. I pick 4 minutes. You don't have to pick 4 minutes. You can pick 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever you want. I decided on 4 minutes a long time ago. So what does it mean? 2.93%. What does that mean? That means that since the race started a minute ago, AWH has moved 2.9%. It has moved the most since the race started 4 minutes ago. And at the end of a race, there will be a winner declared. Again, unfortunately, you would have seen a bunch of winners already. Look at this GNLN. Sorry, guys, I'm very distracted by that one. Or if it takes out 15. See how the relative volume has increased even, because the volume is just getting stronger and it keeps maintaining the volume. And now you see how GNLN has taken the lead here, 5.8% since the race started 2 minutes ago. This stock has moved the most since the race started. Now your question should be, if you're looking at this, well, why are these stocks showing up? Now Reben, REBN, has moved the most since the race started. Look at that move. Okay. Well, I'll let this race, when this race is over, you will see that there will be a winner, and you'll see there would have been a top 10 list that would have been created, made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So Reben is still hanging in there at 12.8%, GNLN at 4.7%. Well, the one thing, because I just started, well, you should see very similar, but it depends on your top list. It all depends on your top list and when you started the race also. You know, my race is now, I have 3 minutes or 1 minute left. Yeah, so it's very possible that, I don't know what your top list is you're basing it on. JZ, let me just see, before I look at how you create a what is it again? JZXN. I'm just going to let this race. I'm just going to let this race get over. And I'll show you what I'm talking about finally. Oh, longest 4 minutes. So you see, this is what happens, guys. So had I not made a mistake and accidentally closed down the race, because I started running a race at 9:30 Eastern time, So we're, you would have seen a top 10 list being created of the stocks that have won the most races. Okay. Now, all races. Now, why are we seeing these stocks? I'm going to check to see if I even have JZXN. I don't know why I'm not getting it here, but let's just take a look. All races start from a top list window. So I'm going to open the top list window that this race is based on. So this is an example of a top list window. This is what I want to see. If I right click and click on configure. So if the stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares, well, that's the reason. Okay. It's possible maybe I changed it. Okay. Because I'm looking at JZXN is 188,000. You don't have to change it, but maybe I changed it since I put it in my homepage as something to copy. Okay, because my minimum volume is 200,000 shares, and you can say that's at 188. Okay, so that's the reason. But when I created it way back when and put it in my homepage, maybe I had less volume. Obviously, I did. You don't have to change it. Okay. Well, then if yours has 20K, I don't believe I ever had 20K, but maybe you changed it to 20K at some point. 20K is way too low. But anyway, you don't have to change it. All the scans I've got, anything I've got is kind of what I like to see. Maybe that's what you did. You might, because there's no way I would have put 20K. No way. So getting back to the top list window, before we had the concept of racing, how a top list window was used is as long as you had a column header that you could sort on. So right there, you see the change from the close, that's C%. Typical question people ask is, well, what stock is up the most today? So here's Reben, 73% from yesterday's close. EGLY, 62% from yesterday's close, etc. Okay, and meeting all of my filter requirements, of course, the price range I want, minimum volume, things like that. That's how a person would have used a top list before. If you want to see the stocks that are up the most from its opening trade of the day, there's a change from the open. As long as you have the column header, you could sort on it. Okay, so here's Reben again, 44% from its opening trade of the day. GNLN, 32%, etc. So that's great. I mean, if that's what you want to see, you can still use a top list like this, but what the race does, it takes it to a different level, in my opinion. Now, notice this is the top list. Notice what I can do. Right click, launch the real-time stock race. So, I mean, you can create your own top list with your parameters, your price range, and what you want to see as stocks in the list, and then you can launch the race from your top list, or you can use mine. Okay. So what the race does is this, though. The race now, Reben. Let me just I'm going to close this down. Actually, I better open it again. Because what happens if TPST for some reason, TPST right now is up 5.9% from yesterday's close, okay? But what happens if for some reason it just starts moving higher and higher and higher? It's now 10%, 12%, 15%. You could never see it, unless you're staring at a whole list of stocks and trying to, spot the one that's moving. But why would you do that? I mean, you just won't do that. Well, that's what the race does. The race doesn't care whether a stock is near the high or has moved the most from yesterday's close or moved the most from the change from its opening trade today. All it cares about is what is moving the most since the race started in this whole list of stocks. That's all the race cares about. So right now, Fly, FLYE, has moved 2.8%. Not a big dollar amount because it's a cheap stock, but that's all the race cares about is what stock is moving the most since the race started. Now, what I would be doing is, you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order to click on the winner. You see something moving up, or click on any one of them in here. It's in the list. Click on NNE. You might look at that one and go, wow, okay, this is meeting my trading plan. Or, as I was saying before, some of these could be pulling back into a moving average that you like, maybe the VWAP. Let's see if I can find one. Let's take a look at Digital Ally, GG. So look at this one. This is nowhere near the high of the day, but it's pulled back, but it is starting to move. The VWAP is 158. If you're a VWAP type player, you might look at that and go, well, what if it gets up to the VWAP and moves and moves above it? Or maybe if you want to short it, let's say you can short DGLY. This is not shortable for me, but just in general, maybe a stock moves into the VWAP and that proves resistance and that blocks it from moving, and maybe you short it. Maybe you've got a moving average on a chart that it's moved that has come down into, and it bounces off of it. So there's all. I mean, you have to have obviously an idea of how to trade, but this is another way. You don't always have to look at stocks that are at the high of the day or low of the day using this particular race. Now, the other race is large cap gainers from the open. So the major difference between this race, the gainers from the open, and the large cap gainers, I added a couple of filters. Notice this list is not very big today. Usually this is a full list. So what I did was I added a couple of filters here that are not in the other race. Two filters. One, the market cap has to be at least $500 million, and the float has to be at least 50 million. So consequently, you will not see stocks, typically anyway, making big percentage moves. You won't probably see stocks making big 4% moves in this one because the market cap is so big. But that doesn't mean these are not good to look at to trade. If you're new to trading, you might in fact want to maybe pay more attention to these stocks because they're just not as volatile. These stocks are fun to trade when you're on the right side of them, but you've got to be very nimble, because as fast as some of these stocks go up, they can come down as fast or faster. Okay. Notice HUT, by the way, is in both. Obviously, if you multiply 70 million by 11, you get over 500 million market cap. So HUT is in both. And if you're wondering, well, why is this only 0.66% and the other one is at, well, whatever, well, it's closed, because these races started at different times. Okay. So this one it still has another minute, 2.5 minutes to close, and this one is now just starting again. So that's why. Whew. Meanwhile, what did Riemann do? Our EVN got halted on the way up. And here is the potential open guys, 510. Now, is this the first halt? Looks like it. So sometimes what I do on a stock that's been halted, for the first time, is you can see right there's the halt price, 486. The potential open is 510. Now, if it opens at 510 and then it pops and then it comes down underneath 486, maybe like 470, and then it pops over 486 again, that's sometimes when I will take the trade. I will not chase it, of course. So if it opens at 511 and just runs, I'm not taking it. But if it can get below the halt price, I'm afraid to look at GNLN right now. Yeah, there it is. And you can see how many times it triggered. Just give me one moment, guys. Okay. And yeah, a couple of you guys, Michael in our YouTube room and Troy talking about it bouncing off the VWAP. So if you're a bit of a like looking at the VWAP, so 1316, yeah, I mean the VWAP area for sure. Now, if this weren't so volatile, there'd be a real possibility I would take this again, but because of the go no go. Well, let me talk about go no go. These charts that you see here, okay, they probably look very, very different from your charts. These are the go no go charts with these different colors. So let me explain what they are all about. So if you are a subscriber to Trade Ideas, if you click on New and then click on Docked Channel Bar, the Docked Channel Bar, and you click on Go No Go Charts. You should see a pop-up somewhere, okay? This popped up on my other monitor. So in order to understand what the Go No Go charts are all about, there are two videos that you can take a look at. You can take a look at the text here. This basically explains what the Go No Go charts are all about. And I have been using these charts for a little over 2 weeks now, okay? And I have to admit, I've really, really embraced them. And I'm somebody who I've been trading a certain way for many years, and but I've really embraced these charts, and I'll try to explain why. Now, if you're out there, and first of all, Go No Go is a $50 a month add-on. Okay, it is not. The reason is it is a third-party product that we're using. The people who created Go No Go, we're working closely with them. Michael Noss knows the gentleman who, well, the one anyway, who basically created this system. Now, if you've added it on and you go to the channel and you're not seeing the go no go charts, you're just seeing, these are the typical charts. Remember, you have to click on one of the alerts in these scans, excuse me, and that turns them into the go no go charts. You also have to be on our latest beta. Okay, you have to be on our latest beta. Now, if you've clicked on it and you're on the latest beta, and for some reason it still doesn't work, you still have the old chart, right click on the chart and uncheck use browser interface. Let me know. So if there's anybody who has the add-on and is not getting the go no go charts, please let me know, okay? Because I can help you. Now, these scans that are right here, these are designed more for swing trading, okay? And if you're looking for the intraday, you can click on the new from the toolbar, click on Market Explorer. This box will pop up, Market Explorer Strategies, right click on it, hover over Select Strategy, another box pops up, go down to Go No Go, and you can see right here, these ones, the daily ones, are the ones that you see over here, and then these are the intraday scans, the 5 minutes. Now, you don't have to do this every time. I mean, what I would do if you're interested in the 5 minute scans, you just click on one of them and incorporate it as part of your layout. Okay. Now, I'm not using those scans. I'm using my scans to generate anything I want to see in the go no go chart. Now, if you want to get out of the chart, in other words, sorry, if you want to get out of the channel, but you want the go no go chart, all you have to do is, because you don't have to, you don't have to stay in this channel if you don't want to. But you want the chart. All you have to do is right click and duplicate it into a free floating window. And when you do that, now it's free floating. That's what I did here. Okay. These aren't free floating. I put them in this dock channel, but dock window. But in essence, that's what I did. I just created 4 of them. I duplicated this 3 times. So I had these, and then I just put them in here, change the time frames, what I like. I also have, these are the floating. I also have some thumbnail charts on my other monitor of things that I want to be, like the GNLN, that I wanted to be aware of what was happening with it today. So about the color changing, very, very bullish right there. So the whole idea is, you see we have the different colors. Now, again, this is in the video and it's also in the text. When you see orange, that is, the system is telling you don't take the trade at all, okay? They don't see an advantage when long or short. So that's what it's trying to tell you. Now I'm experimenting with a 3-minute chart and a 5-minute chart. Okay, and I may keep them both all the time. Maybe 5 as confirmation, or the for the 3, or vice versa. Oh, just give me a moment. All right, so I'm sorry, guys, just got sidetracked there. So the whole idea of the color transition. Then let me find one that is well. First of all, I find this very bullish. If it goes from orange right to blue, bypassing that, because the typical sequence would be perhaps orange to the aqua, that aqua there, and then to the blue. Okay, let's see if I can find one that looks like that. Sort of here, not a good example. Trying to find something that's more textbook. Look at that, just complete blue the whole way. Another very bullish. What I'm trying to say here is that if you get something that goes from orange right to the blue, bypassing that, what they consider sort of an intermediate step. The intermediate step, again, orange meaning don't take the trade at all. We're not seeing an advantage one way or the other, either long or short. Now, typically what would happen if the stock is moving higher, you get this aqua, which is now telling you, okay, really start to watch this now. The trend is getting better. And then when it turns blue, okay, now you might want to pounce on it. Okay. But if it goes directly from the orange, bypassing this, that is very bullish. That's what I'm finding anyway. And the reverse, I look at something that's moving down. You want to short. Yeah, that would have been a nice short right there for VCRA. Deep purple is the idea to short, and then you see how it turned pink briefly. It sort of was consolidating in pink, and then it turned deep purple again. That would have been an opportunity to short around just underneath $4 if you had shorts available, which I did. So from 4 down to wow, that would have been an awesome short. But the same thing, you could have had a transition from orange, which is saying don't shake the trade yet at all, to the pink, and then to the deep purple. The deep purple is the most bullish in terms of the trend. And I can see we're having a SPY pop now. So again, this is it's a trading room, but it is a support room also. So if you're sitting out there with questions, please don't be shy. You can ask questions all day long. So let's take a look at serve. Okay, this is an example. Oh, I see. Yeah, there's serve right up here. This is more okay on a five. You see how it is very different, depending on the time frame you're looking at. But this is more typical. Okay, on serve, you've got the orange on the 5 minute chart. It's basically saying, don't take the trade here at all. We don't see an advantage one way or the other. Now it's turning into the aqua, and then if it turned blue, now, like everything else, though, you don't want to see a big bar, like a big, depending on what this 1321 up to 1380. That's too big. Okay, if that makes sense. You still have to apply basic trading rules. You don't want to take something that looks pretty extended, also, even if you're getting the color change. Any thoughts as to why Nvidia has been running up lately? Well, I mean, I think it's not just Nvidia, right? I mean, the market's had a nice. When you say lately, are you talking about from last week? I mean, the market's just been, it's bounced off the lows. Nvidia is a big part of the market. I mean, I don't think there's any specific reason, but I don't think there's any news that came out specifically for Nvidia. But I mean, eventually the market had a bottom. I mean, this is more or less what the SPY looked like, and the market SPY bottomed out, and now a lot of the tech semis and the techs have all recovered. Bottom fishing, whatever you want to call it. Take a look at SMH. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know why I don't have the 200-day moving average on here. Before I do that, I want to make sure there's nothing going on. My 200-day moving average seems to have disappeared again. So just give me a moment. Okay, guys. So now let's take a look at the SMH. You'll see the 200-day moving average. Well, but it's the whole sector TRIME that's moving. Okay, and Nvidia is a huge part of it. I mean, they have earnings coming up. I didn't know Nvidia actually had earnings coming up at the end of the month, but yeah, August 28th. But again, it's like people looking at this and saying, okay, enough is enough, stepping in and buying. Okay, William, thank you. I'll take that into consideration then. REBN dumped? Yeah, from what? 551 down to 429. So 462 is, so it broke down through the VWAP even. So see how this top 10 list is being built, right? Top 10 list is being built. And what I was going to say, if you're new to all this, this is a great way just to focus on a few stocks. There's a lot going on, but if you just want to focus on a few stocks, here's the top 10 list being built again. And this would have been full right by now if I hadn't accidentally deleted the races. Well, I've been leaving money on the table on the GNLN, but you know what? I'm not. I'm not really that upset. This is trading so much differently from the way it traded yesterday. No, I'm not upset at all, really. I mean, it going from 1139 approximately. I did get rid of everything around the 15, but that, and we don't talk about how many shares we take and how much money we make in the trades, but I just like the way it was trading today, and so my gut was that I could take a few more shares and not get destroyed today. Yesterday, I didn't trade it, could not trade it. Now, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. That's the way it was trading yesterday. It just, look at that drop, guys. So you've got to be awfully careful, like awfully careful, because I mean, this hit 1664 and immediately that was like in seconds, dropped right down to 1450. And it's coming back. This is kind of the way it was trading yesterday. And that's why you'll hear me say over and over and over again. If you are in a stock that has a very, very low float, you cannot wander away from your computer, even for 10 seconds, 5 seconds. You just don't know what could happen. In other words, you can't say, oh, okay, this looks like it's going to keep moving higher. I'm going to go downstairs, make some toasted coffee. You could literally come back to it being back down to 10. And why? Well, it's all about the float, okay? Again, if you don't know what I'm talking about when I constantly talk about the float is the available number. So that number right there, that is extremely low. Let me just do a check on that other site. I want to make sure we're in the right ballpark. Yeah. Okay. So 500,000 in the float. That is extremely low float. So what the float is, let's take a look at Apple. Okay, as an example, look at the float for Apple. 15 billion in the float. 15 billion. The other one has 500,000. Okay. Obviously, Apple has a huge, huge float compared to that one. And how do we get to the float? Well, if you take the number of shares outstanding, Apple will have more shares outstanding than that number. And so you take the number of shares that Apple has outstanding, and then you start subtracting what the C-suiters own, CEO, CFO, etc., and maybe some big mutual funds, and that gets you down to what the float is, because the shares that we're subtracting from the that the C-suiters hold and the big mutual funds, they can't be traded on a daily basis. So this is the number of shares for Apple that can be traded on a daily basis. So now look at the GNLN with 500,000 in the float. I mean, that's insanely low. Now, I'm not saying I don't know what the makeup is. There's probably no mutual funds that own this or anything. But anyway, that's the bottom line. That's the float. And that's the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. Look how many shares have traded 8 million. Okay. 44 times normal up to this time of day. Probably you're right. The float is a little higher since the offering. Not that much higher, though. So why can a stock be up, 51%? And we've seen stocks with, well, look at our EBN earlier. We've seen stocks that are up 200%, 300%, 400%. The only way that can happen, like Apple is never going to be up 3 or 400%. The only way that can happen is to have a very low float. So just think of it this way: the float is the available number of shares that can be traded. That's a supply. Okay, that's a supply. When there's high demand for whatever reason, so when there's high demand, low supply, what happens? And just think about any commodity on earth. High supply, I'm sorry, low supply, high demand. What happens to the commodity? It goes up. And it's the same thing with the stock. When you have low supply and high demand, for whatever reason, price is going to go up. What happens though, and you can see like the volume is still, but when the volume dries up, when all of a sudden the enthusiasm dries up and the volume isn't there anymore, and people are starting to sell and then bail, and there's no new buyers coming in, well, of course, then the stock can just crater. So that's why you've got to be awfully careful. Hey, it looks like you want some food. Little cat here. Just give me a moment. See, now GNLN is getting is that extremely whippy stage. I mean, that was a massive drop. Because the thing is, if you're in this one and you have to have a stop of some sort, and you can't just hope and pray it's going to rebound, because that could have just kept going down to $12 easily. But I'm telling you, it takes out this high right there, 1667. That could get it rocking again. And that's what I was saying yesterday. Traders are looking at this high of 2184 that happened a couple of days ago. I remember the day before, so it was 3 days ago, this was a 250 stock. And it pops up here to 21, almost a 10 bagger, not quite. Then 3 minutes before the close of 2 days ago, they do a financing, and that just tanked the stock, cut it in half almost instantly. But now the financing has been absorbed, I guess. And it wasn't a big one. I mean, it's $6.5 million. He's a large institutional investor, okay? Yeah, and so they came out with, and that was their news, okay, a couple of days ago with these spike fentanyl, xylazine, and drink spike detection test strips. Boy, they did the financing at 250. Wow, are these guys happy? That was a couple of days ago. Okay, that was a couple of days ago. Today is different. Edward from our YouTube room. Any analysis on Hewlett Packard Enterprises? Is that Hewlett Packard Enterprises HPE? Yeah. Okay. Um, okay. So first thing I see is that it's not trading very abnormal. Not really. I mean, it's 1.3 times normal. So the volume is not terribly abnormal. It's a big float, 1.29 billion in the float. Has earnings coming up on the third, so less than a month from now. Other than that, I mean, it's high of it's above last week's high. Right now, this would be a suggestion to short it. The only problem I have is that's a pretty big bar. Okay, so you'd be sort of chasing it, but right now the suggestion is to short it intraday. Anyway, if you're talking, I'm not a swing trader at all, so if you're asking for a swing trading idea, I mean, obviously it's got some room. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 20, so it has some room. Yeah, so I don't look at time and sales at all, Edward. Okay, I mean, you're okay. What you're looking at this right there. When you say a purchase, though, okay, you mean stock exchanging hands, not necessarily. You're talking about that. What happened here? I mean, that's a lot of stock that came in at 600,000 at 11 o'clock. No, today's Wednesday, so it's Jamie. Michael was yesterday. So Michael, the other Michael was yesterday. Today's Jamie, and he is more of a well. He doesn't mind taking big positions in very low price stocks, maybe trying to get 3 or 4 cents on the move. He does other things too, okay, but he is like I'm not a scalper like that. I've never been, and he doesn't mind my calling him that. And in fact, I bet you he's listening to me right now. Yeah, so it is Jamie. Jamie is going to be showing up in about 45 minutes. That's interesting, Grumpy, because that other website usually is has that up to date like almost immediately. It doesn't wait the 15 days. So interesting that they haven't updated it. Anyway, so market recovery here, guys. All right, guys, let me take a look at some of these ones that are making it into the top 10. Well, some of the larger cap gainers. So there's a QFIN. Let's take a look. Is QFIN setting up at all? Making sense? Actually, not bad. It's making a little transition from the Aqua big float China stock, $250 million in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to move this. It has really come back from the low, $22. So I don't use the MACD at all, Jason, but let's take a look. I know that we do have some MACD alerts, but let's see if there is one that you could use, okay? So this is a good exercise for anybody with trade ideas, okay? Wondering, do you have something? So if you click on search, and then in the search terms, just type in, I'm just going to type in MACD as an example. So this is what we have. This is what we have. So if you can, these are the different time frames, 5, 10, 15, 30, and 60, okay? So if you can find what you're looking for here, then we have it. So that is that what you're talking? I've never used MACD. So is that what you mean? Crossed above the signal on the 5 minute, and then on the 10 minute. Is that what you meant, Jason? It is not bad. Okay. Well, then we don't have it. Unfortunately, we don't have it then. So what are you trying? I mean, okay, where the MACD line crosses the signal line from below the zero line to above. So why would that not be it? Crossed above. That would imply that it was below and then crossed above. Is it because when you get the alert, it looks too late? And also, what time frame are you looking at? What time frame do you want? Okay, well, we do have it. We do have the 15 minute. So crossed above the signal line on the 15. Now, there may be, if you click on help, let's take a look at the help and see if there's any. We had a very detailed explanation about it. And yeah, so I mean, you can read all this. And if it's not working, then there's nothing to not much more I can add to it. Now, somebody in our Future Science in our YouTube room, but the only problem with that Future Science is that you have no control over on your filter. So I guess Michael does have, if you click on New and Market Explorer window, this box will pop up. Right click, select strategy. Oops, right click, select strategy. The box should pop up. Where are you? Hmm. Interesting. Just give me a moment. Ah, I am. I know what happened. Yeah, I accidentally went into another trade ideas. I went to the homepage and onto the help. That's what happens. It shouldn't, but yeah, when you go to help, it's as if you're into another program. So now I'm back to green. Okay. Phew. So there's MACD here, a MACD trend play. Okay. This is a MACD trend play. I have no idea what the time frame is. But you have no control, okay? And this is Yeah, so I don't use MACD at all, but let's see what it looks like. I have no idea if it's good to you or bad to you, but this must be a daily, obviously, because it doesn't have any time. And some are saying to add the 12 and 26 EMA on the main chart, whatever chart you're using. Boy, big recovery for the market, guys. Yeah, look at this. So, yeah, is that right? No, that's from yesterday still. What is going wacko here? Okay. So the NAS is down just a little. NAS's Dow is up, SPY's up a little. So a minor disconnect in the market between the value versus growth stocks. Now, with the GNLN, I'm loving this action right now because my ideal situation would be for this to just kind of hang around between 14 and 16. Now, if you're in this one, I hope it pops higher for you right now. But for me personally, if it hangs, in this between the 14 and 16 level, and then later in the afternoon, 1:30, 2 o'clock or so, it takes this high out on some volume, and then it maybe starts to attempt to get close to that high. Now, it may not happen. I mean, for this stock right now, that's a wonderful spread, 15 cents for this stock. See, it just widened. See, that's the problem, with it. When I got into it, actually, the spread wasn't terrible. All right, guys. Well, things actually, here's one that just showed up. And I'm not into the super cheap ones, but you know what? Some of you are. So let's take a look at ORGS. ORGS, it just popped up over a dollar. Now, if you're into trading the SPY, I mean, this is the go, no go on a 5-minute chart. Okay. So here's the orange. Don't trade, don't trade, don't trade. See how it transitioned. This was a good idea to short. And as it started moving up, loosen, like, well, don't get out of some anyway. And now, right there, probably get out of everything on that pink. Now it's orange, saying, okay, they don't see a tremendous advantage one way or the other, starting to turn aqua. And if we get blue, for those, I don't trade the SPY, but for those of you who do trade the SPY, you might want to consider if this does turn blue. Poe, did you hold? I think you said you might want to hold PSIG. Did you actually hold it? Oh, look at that PSIG. I think you said you were going to hold it if it held over 240 yesterday. Yeah, well, you wouldn't have been that happy. Well, you would have been. I mean, it got down to $2, so I was thinking of you because I thought, oh no, I hope he didn't hold it. Look at the transition right there, 235, aqua to blue. Brigham Young, BYU guys. Yeah, interesting. Wow, low float, China stock. The Bayou holding. So this is now, there is a transition here. What does it look like on the weekly? Well, you can see it's right at this weekly high of 137. So the next step is, what does it look like on a monthly chart? So I can see that there's some resistance right around 140. So at this point, this is not something I would trade. Looks like between the current price and 150 on the monthly chart, looks like there's some resistance. Now, if it pops through that, then you've got something going, because the next high in the monthly is way up here around 2. Now, look how choppy this Victoria VSCO has been. Very choppy. All right, so here's your little transition, guys. So now you're blue. So in theory, 543, an entry, and your stop at the low of the candle, 542. In theory, I don't trade these. I don't trade ETFs, but if you're into this, and it looks like that's the high. Yeah, it just took out the high, didn't it? Now the pre-market high is up here. This was the big 830 CPI reaction. Okay. I guess market is not going bye-bye. Oh yeah. Okay, you're right. You can see right there. See that little E right there? That means it's an earnings play. Okay. Sometimes it'll even be in text up here, but let me just see. Try another one. Yeah, earnings today before the market opens. Okay. Edible. The other thing I always do, I have a single stock window up and running all the time because I like at a glance to check out the information I like to see, and one of it is earnings day. Okay, so I usually always look. The first thing I do when I click on an alert is I actually take a look at my single stock window because I just want to see what the float is, and I get a lot of information right from there, and it'll tell me also if it's an earnings play, but I can see it also on the chart. And the reason, and this is not, this is an earnings play. This was released after hours yesterday. Okay. So I consider anything an earnings play that released after hours yesterday and this morning before the market opens. That for me is an earnings play. Okay, guys. Well, let's see. If you took this at 543, I mean, I don't know, maybe if you play the options on it or something like that, get a bigger bang for the buck, but that's not bad. I mean, if you're looking at this go no go chart right now, beautiful transition, orange, aqua, blue. Then what I really like the go no go charts for is it keeps me in the trade a lot longer. So if I were in a trade and it was blue, 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 and then all of a sudden I start getting the aqua, that's when I start to say, okay, it's basically telling me that the trend is starting to really slow down. Maybe you should lighten the load a bit. So if you look at GNLN as an example, you see how if you took this trade right there at 1465 and wrote it up to 60, now I would never not take some off in a stock like this. But what it's telling me right there at 1532 is, maybe you better lighten the load a little bit. And if it gets bigger and bigger, like either get out of the trade entirely or sorry, Paul, 15% is the best I can do for the first month. And again, like any other, call it system, nothing is infallible. Okay. It's a guide, but I have to admit, I'm really embracing it. So let's take a look at the VWAP here. 1398 is the VWAP, getting closer to the VWAP now for GNLN. Will that hold it? One moment, I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Now look at this. Look at this. Let's take a look at the cues and see, if you wanted to trade the cues. See, the cues are telling you not to trade yet. Isn't that interesting? Compared to the SPY, they're telling you not to trade it yet. It's Go is an extra. It doesn't matter if you have standard or premium. Okay, it's an extra. It's $50 a month extra. You can get 15% off the first month. But again, before, if you're thinking about taking it, watch the videos, okay, and get a little so you have an idea about what it's all about. And it's just month to month. So if after the first month you just didn't find the worth in it, well, it depends on the time frame you're looking at, Juan. Also, I mean, let me change this to a 3 minute. Also, I know this is the cues, but let me see if it looks different. See how it really depends on the time frame. That's why I'm using a 3 minute time frame and a sort of a bit of a confirmation on the five. But look at the difference here. So this was telling you to take the trade. Okay, it really depends on the time frame. So you asked at 10:47. You're talking about right here. Well, I mean, it's just the system. Well, I go to a 2 minute, and let's just say if on the 2 minute. So that's 10:58. Yeah, still, I'll go to a 1 minute. I mean, who knows? Maybe 1 minute to me is just way too. So that would have been at 10:52. Okay, that would have been at 10:52. But right there, you would have been taking some off. In theory, if you're gonna, if you're going to follow the system, you'd be taking some off. I just think that 1 minute is for me anyway. It's just too short a time period. But listen, everybody's different. But you can see how dramatically for the cues, how that was a massive difference compared to the fives. Still no buy signal on the fives. I am a little surprised that there's not some buy signal on the fives right now. But there was a heck of a buy signal on the 3 minute on the spies. Right there. Right there, 542. All right, guys, 11:40. So I'll be taking a break in about 20 minutes. Jamie will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. What I want to do now, because for me, there's a lull. I mean, I'm not going to jump into anything unless I really. Typically, this is what I do. And I've done very well on the GNLN. So this is typically what I do, and I haven't talked about money management for a bit. I might talk about it a little bit in the afternoon, but you know, I try to keep the amount that I risk each trade about the same. So I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next trade, 50 the next trade. Okay, I'm trying to keep the risk amount about the same every trade. But if I do very well on a trade, especially early on, then what I tend to do then is I will not risk as much subsequent trades. So if I were risking $1,000 a trade, that was my risk amount typically, and I did very well. And my next trade might only be risking 250, 500, 250, something like that. Really, because I'm not telling anybody that's the way they should do it, but that's what I do. Now, the other thing that I would maybe recommend, if you're interested in this go no go, do what I do. Create a bunch of now. If you have our premium service, you're going to have 20 charts. With our standard service, you can have 10 charts. Okay, so maybe create a bunch of little thumbnail charts with the go no go in them, and put stocks that you want to follow all day long in there, and then just stare at those charts. I mean, I know that's all I'm kind of doing. I've got some thumbnail charts on my other monitor, and I'm just kind of, I'm keeping an eye on them. If I have a thumbnail chart with something and then I don't like it anymore, I just replace it with something else. Yeah, I mean, way too early for me. But look at amps, okay? And yeah, there were shares available. Way too early for me to do something. But look at that orange bar at 9:30. Okay, there's your opening 3 minute candle, opening 5 minute candle, about the same. And then immediately we went, and I'm going to have, I'm this is what I'm trying to get Michael to do, get some scans that we can actually have, because these are things that I would not mind trading. We go from orange directly to deep purple, bypassing that pink. Take the short. But I didn't see it. And I'm hoping down the road that we can get some scans that are going to show us. I want to see that transition going from orange to deep purple, or from orange to blue, bypassing the intermediate steps. I think I'm going to just put that in. Give me a moment, guys. Yeah, the bypass, Mike. Yeah, you're in the room, Mike. Yeah, exactly. Bypassing it. I'm hoping he can do something like that. He's looking for ideas. I'm definitely the big user of this. Okay. I mean, the rest of the guys. Well, I mean, I have an advantage. I mean, I'm doing this all day long too. I think Jamie. Well, Jamie will certainly when he comes into the room. I know he's using it. Steve is still on the fence about it. He's sort of old school. I think Andy, and I'm talking about the different traders that take over from in our YouTube room. Andy, I think, is starting to look at it, but I don't think I'm the one who has every single chart now. Go no go. I like the way it looks. To be honest, I just like the way it looks. I also like the bar charts over the candlestick charts. Even if I weren't using go no go, I like the bar charts over the candlestick charts. All right, guys, 11:49 now. So another 10 minutes or so before I take my break. Jamie will be in our YouTube room. I wish Pepe were around. I know he's feeling the effects. I think a couple of days ago he said he got COVID, so he is under the weather. I miss him. I'm glad to see William though back more or less back to normal, whatever that is. Absolutely, Ital Trader. Oh, you were here barely. Okay. Well, we're thinking about you. I just wanted to tell you that I've got Tree Map open and it doesn't seem to have, it's not degrading my system. I've got a Tree Map open, not degrading my system. Not that you care right now, but lots and lots of, well, you know, you're a grown up, you know what to do. Lots of fluids, etc. Ital Trader, yes, you can do that. Okay. Where are you? So, here is the SPY. Okay, here's the SPY chart. Just duplicate it, and it's the symbol linking is unchecked. Symbol linking is unchecked. Just duplicate it, and then you have the cues, or whatever else you want. That's all I do here on my thumbnail charts. They're all, these are just thumbnail charts that I've got on my other monitor. Okay, no different. So we want IWM. Just again, duplicate it. Okay. Just make sure the symbol linking is unchecked. Okay. You can you can use Barry 15. Okay. That'll get you the 15% off first month only. So look at the cues now on the three. I mean, this is actually, guys. I mean, this is if you're like an ETF type trader. I've actually seen this quite a bit. These are really good on stocks that are lots and lots and lots of volume. So if you're kind of an ETF type trader, you really might want to consider this go no go. And I don't, I can't tell you what time frame is going to work the best, but okay, so be it. I can tell you what I do. Okay, just give me a moment. I just want to get rid of this chart here. So this is what I do. Use the volume percent. Okay, this time is it right now? I got to make sure I don't get out of here before Jamie takes over. Okay. So use this filter. You can type in volume. So the volume to day percent, okay? If you use this in the pre-market, so if you saw something that, even was 25%, okay? That means it's traded in the pre-market 25% of what it normally does all day long. That would be very, that would be a lot of volume, relatively speaking. Okay. Obviously, the more, if it was 50%, that means in the pre-market, it's already done 50% of what it has done on average for the whole day. Okay. So that's what I would use in the pre-market, the volume to day percent. Okay. No, 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 no. It's checking the last. I don't know if it's 20 days, 10 days, 14 or 30. Okay, but no, it's not just today. It's checking what it has done on average. It might be 10 days. Let's see if it 10 days. Okay, based on the data from the last 10 days. Okay, not bad. I mean, it's not. I mean, if you want more, that you just have to work with what the filter does for you. But it is 10 days. True, but you're not. But understand, you probably will not get too many like that. Okay. I mean, you may get the odd one, but you will not get very many like that. So be it. When I'm looking at that in the pre-market, I mean, I would say that I would say personally, 25%. If you see anything 25% and up, I think that is significant. And quickly, 11:56. I've got to try to do this quickly. So, for instance, so this is what you guys are seeing. There's Jamie. Just give me a moment, Jamie. Okay. Ah. Come on. Give me a moment, Jamie. I heard the little pop. It's taking a bit to load for some reason. Again. Every time I go to help, it boots me out of the program. Jamie, do you know this?
What are we looking at here?
Well, when I go to help, okay, so if I click on an alert and then I go to help to find out more detail about it,
Yeah.
if you can still see my screen, you see how my bar is now red?
Yeah, you got logged out for
Oops.
some reason.
It boots me out of the program. And sometimes I just forget I've done that and say, "Oh, what the heck has happened?" I thought it was when it first started hacking, when it first started happening a few months ago, I thought I was actually hacked. I thought somebody had hacked into my account. But if you do this, if you watch what I do, so guys, I'm talking to Jamie in our YouTube room, but I don't know if this has been brought up before, but let me just show you what I'm talking about specifically.
Right,
Well,
that
I
was just
can't do it now.
that was just a plain alert window. Well, because you're
Well, it
logged
was an
out.
alert window, but then I clicked. I clicked on help to see what the alert was all about.
Can you duplicate? Can you
Well, I can't do it right now
reset
because
your connection?
yeah. Oh, I can reset the connection, but I had no idea the first time that happened. I thought, oh man, I'm being hacked. So watch. So guys, I was answering a question.
Well, it
I don't want to
reminds
switch to
me.
delayed data though, Pepe. I know what you mean.
It reminds me a while back that would happen sometimes from time to time. It'd say another user is logged in as you, but it really wasn't. Let's just see if it does it again.
Well, okay. So watch. Okay, I'm going to click on. I'm going to click on this, and then I'm going to click on. Where the heck
Right, but
is
you
that?
got to go to you got to search the list. Okay. Search the list for the one that you want to find, then click help.
Oh yeah, click on help. Now I click on help. Okay. And this should boot me out of the program. As I said, it should boot me out of the program.
And you clicked help just then.
Yeah, there you go. You see? See what happened? See, it just turned red. Okay.
Would you like me to try to duplicate it real quick? Let's see.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, I'm pretty sure probably, I don't think I'm unique.
Okay.
So I think I'm unique, but I'm not.
I'm going to pick a random filter.
Yeah. And just do the help on it.
5-minute filter.
Sorry, guys. We're talking to Jamie in our YouTube room. We're trying to maybe point
all
this
it did
out
is it just pulled it up for me. It pulled up help. So I'll try an alert. Let's try it on an alert.
No. Oh no, you'll get the help, but I'm talking about you might get booted out of your.
I never saw your help screen pop up.
Oh well, okay.
And mine did not boot me out. It's working as
Really?
it should. Yeah.
Can you give it a little bit of time?
I checked one filter. Help page came up. Checked one alert. Help page came up.
Okay, well, maybe because
hold on. Yeah. Well, no, I'm still green over here.
Okay.
So. I don't know, sir.
Okay. Jamie, let me just do a couple things in the other room, okay?
Yeah,
before
sure.
I get
Take
to
your time.
you. Maybe with the ALBT, so be it. I'd have to look. I have to take a break right now, but I can come back. But that's what I was trying to do is see if it's in here. That's why I wasn't able to load it. So because I had been booted out. So you see I've got the volume today percent, 98,000. Now ALBT may have been the odd one. That would be, even over 100%. Typically, when I see this column using it in the pre-market, I don't get very, very many, even at 100%. But I would say that, even if it's at, 50%, 25%, that's pretty significant. Stock is traded in the pre-market 25% of what it would normally do all day long. Now, ALBT, it could be the, because it's such a cheap one and it has done extraordinary volume, it's very possible that was one that would have been showing like bigger, like more than 100% even. But that's what I would look at, and then you can just sort on this column, and you can see the ones that are really trading abnormally in the pre-market volume-wise. Okay. Okay, guys. Let me. Boy, really late. Let me just get my announcement in. Got to change the color. You guys can't see that yellow. No, even the blue. The blue's not bad. On break. Back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay, guys, and before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Jamie. Okay, now I'll put myself on mute in the main room. So we'll see you guys in about an hour. And now I can officially welcome Jamie into our YouTube room.
Well, thank you for officially doing that, Barry. I would have been very hurt if it wasn't official.
Well, it surprises me every time I do that, you see, and I'm trying to think, like I was trying to load something from the cloud and it just wouldn't load. I thought, well, why? Then I look. It's interesting. It doesn't happen for you. But maybe it's because I'm always on a development version.
Well, I'm also on the development version, but
really,
I mean, years and years of experience. Sometimes people have these weird little things that are only related to their system, and what's causing that? Who knows, man? Who knows?
Okay. All right. Now,
you know what the magic trick is, Barry? Maybe just a good old reboot fixes everything.
Sometimes
it does.
Well, the account reset does it. So I don't have to, and I don't want to have to reboot every time, of course. But
is this the first time you've seen that little thing crop up? Huh.
No. It happened maybe the first time, maybe a couple of months ago, and I literally thought somebody had hacked in my account because I couldn't understand. I couldn't understand what happened, and it kept happening because people were asking me to go to the help, and I didn't realize it. And because I would do the account reset, okay, back to normal, all right, and then I do help again, and I thought, man, somebody's hacking into my account.
Interesting. It is a mystery.
It is a mystery. So tell me, you took all the money you have in the world and you bought GNLN.
That one's been all over the radar of a certain thing that we've been testing as of late.
Yes.
So it's been on the radar, man, for the past 3 to 4 trading days. But I got to tell you, it's not really. It's. I thought about trading it, but I'm like, yeah, it's just not really my cup of tea.
Okay. Well, your cup of tea is not making a lot of money.
If everybody else made some money off of it, because look at this. I mean, and I've noticed this the other 2 to 3 to 4 days. It sets up beautifully on the range breaks. I just always forget to pay attention to it.
Right. Well, Jamie, I mean, 2 days ago, of course, it had the big run, okay, right. And it got up to 20 odd. I don't know if you followed the story at all.
Well, yeah. They pulled the rug on everybody and announced a secondary.
Yeah, 3 minutes before the market closed 2 days ago. So this stock was, had been up to $21, and it basically went right back down to 10 in seconds. Okay, when they did the secondary. Yesterday, I found it untradeable because it was just moving up and down way too much. Today, though, even though now finally it looks like it's really wanted to give it up, at the beginning of the day, at least on a 3-minute chart, I found a way to get in that didn't destroy me. So it worked out very, very well for me. But anyway, and you are looking at the go no go, right? You are somewhat embracing it.
I've been using the GNG charts forever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Take a look at the SPY on a 3-minute.
Let me minimize this and grab. Let me just duplicate it into here. Forgot to do that earlier. Okay, which symbol?
The SPY. Just take the SPY on a 3-minute chart.
On a 3-minute. Okay. Right, that you're talking about this area, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I'm finding that with the ETFs.
Mhm.
Now, this has been a, a dramatic move. I mean, straight
Mhm.
up. But I am finding with the ETFs, and I don't play I don't know if you do either, but I'm finding that boy, they can really set up well because they've got tremendous volume. Also,
Exactly, and you're
tremendous
right.
volume.
I usually stay away from ETFs because, I mean, they're so algo driven and jittery.
Hmm.
Um, but you may have stumbled on a way to play them more efficiently, you know?
And look at it on a five. Look how different it is on a 5 minute chart.
Yeah, you don't get the
Now you do get
right.
but you do get the transition.
Mhm.
You do get the transition, but a little bit later.
543 right here, and on the 3 minute.
It was about 542.82. I mean, not a
Yeah.
huge difference, but still a little bit
Mhm.
different. The
Mhm.
the one that I found, take a look at the cues. This is a really strange one. Put in the cues on a 5 and a 3.
Mhm. So there's the 3, about
Uh,
462-ish or
mhm.
460-ish, 462-ish.
Yeah, and look at the fives. How different it was.
Ooh, yeah, 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 yeah.
Hugely different.
Mhm.
Alert
Mhm.
until now. What I've asked Michael to try to do is what I'm finding, and you've probably found if you've been using it like I've been using it. When you get a transition from orange right to blue or orange right to deep purple, bypassing that intermediate color,
Yeah.
it to me is extremely bullish. Like
So
to take the trade.
right from orange to blue or right from orange to purple.
Exactly. Bypassing that intermediate. So I've asked Michael if it's going to be possible to create a scan, something like that.
Interesting. Mhm.
Because
Now
he's asking me.
what about some of the other ETFs? Look, there's an orange straight to purple on the oil ETF.
Was that USO?
Uh-huh. Yeah, interesting. Orange to purple, and down she
Mm-hmm.
went.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. I'll have to build a little list of ETFs or use one of our pre-configured ones. Have you done that yet?
No, the reason being is that, of course, I want to have my filters in place. So I have not used any of Michael's scans yet.
Right. I'm just talking about compiling a list of all the ETFs.
Oh, I see. I
Just
see.
check the
Okay.
correlation here to see,
Right.
well, man, I'd be shocked if all of them did it, but I wouldn't be shocked if the majority of them
Mm-hmm.
we saw the same type of, price action.
Exactly.
Cool. I will definitely check that out.
All right, my friend. Well, I'm gone a little overtime, so people in YouTube are probably wondering when the heck is Jamie going to talk about scalping? So I'll let you talk about.
Well, the scalping is there as it always is. It's just that it seems like the action is just kind of diminishing as we get into these last 2 weeks of August. I mean, there's
Right.
still plenty of things out there, but you can just feel that it's slower. And this is
Gotcha.
typical in the dog days of summer. Everybody's taking those last minute vacays and volume's just not quite what it should be, yada yada yada.
What is a
Um,
vacation? What is a vacation?
I don't know really,
I don't
Barry,
know.
but I know I've got some time saved up and I better use it before
Hmm.
the end of the year. So, you know, we'll see.
Okay. Okay, my friend. I'll see you probably less than an hour then, around 1 o'clock. And yeah, and let's keep you and I think Andy is kind of looking at the go no go. I don't think Steve has embraced it yet, but
Yeah, well, maybe during the session, we'll see if
yeah,
anybody has questions, and if not, well, maybe we'll do a little research on that there
exactly.
topic. Okay, well, do
Okay.
your thing, and I'll see you when you get back, sir.
Okay. Bye bye.
All righty, bye-bye. Hello, hello, everyone. Welcome to my desktop. Hello to all the regulars, and if you're new, this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. No pre-planned script or anything, just going to be talking shop, trading, anything TI related. If you have a question, just use that questions panel to get it out there. and I'll do my best to help you or answer that question. Hello to you as well, Penny. I don't recognize your name, so if you're new, welcome. And I think we're all caught up. Haven't seen any questions pop in since I took the helm here. Oh, I do have some rudimentary chart reading abilities. If anybody would like me to take a look at any symbols on the chart, I'd be happy to do that as well. All right, just let me make a couple of adjustments over here. Let me find my pen just in case we need that. For some reason, it always likes to hide. There it is. Okay. Alrighty, so we're good to go. Now, this little guy right here, low dollar stock. I heard Barry talking about me earlier. Not a bad little, not a bad little move here out of the purpleness. If we, oops, I forgot. That's not the way we do that anymore. Get these little guys over here. Now, in case you're wondering, this is the go no go chart on the 3. If you're wondering what the blue line is, that is VWAP. Now you can see I've already marked it up over here, just looking at candles versus the go no go. But I mean, 3 minutes here, 5 minutes there, same pattern. Sleepy, a little sell down, a little grind back up to the top of that high, and then once we broke out here at $1.38, this little stock went up to about $1.60, so 22 cents potential on a $1.4038 stock. Not too bad, not too bad, not bad for a little scalp there. And we can see the same action here. There's just no 10 period here. So over here we got the 10 period, which is the orange line, and the black line is VWAP. Two of my most favorite intraday indicators. But if I had to choose one and one only, it'd probably be VWAP. Let's see, halts and resumes, Dawn of the Dead. I was going to peruse, yeah, on Dawn of the Dead right here. Let's just scan through some of these symbols real quick. Not really much to talk about with Digley there. Very, not very good either. Now this clove, not too bad at all. Like the action right around VWAP here. We did come up here and finally bust that 221 level and eventually ground its way up about 20 cents. So, close to a 10% winner on a little clove there. Not too bad on this one at all. On the FLYE, little sub dollar stock, 95 cents up to $1.17. So, look what happened once we had the transcending from the light green, blue, whatever you want to call it. VWAP's right here guiding it along. We break up after the blue transition and just lift, 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 lift. A lot of people don't say they stay away from stocks that are below $1. I don't really care. If the number goes up, I just don't care, right? It could be a 20-cent stock. All that matters is direction and is it working. But that's a nice little percentage gain there. And if you're wondering what Dawn of the Dead is, and we look at these charts up top here, like FLYE was definitely in zombie mode, right? Been living up here at 7 and 5 and change, and then apparently one day, I don't know if that was earnings related, we dropped from 635 down to $1 and change. I'm sure there were many halts during that day, but thus the window's name, Dawn of the Dead. It's like a zombie down here, stumbling around. But when volume and buyers come back into one of these stocks, you can get some really nice price action. Doesn't look so big over here on the daily, but grinding from 95 up to $1.17, 22 cents from 95. That's over 20%, right? Any day traders, delight right there. So that's what the Dawn of the Dead is all about there. And I always like to peruse these and keep my eyes on them in the open. For that setup, I did not take any of these today, but that's due to my own negligence and not putting the top ones in a list to monitor. Haven't looked at Tilray in quite some time. Just seems, these cannabis stocks have just never really recovered from their peaks with all the excitement over legalization, and who to thunk it. Market's saturated now. Prices are down across the board, pretty much at all-time lows for those of you that keep up with that quote unquote commodity. Hey Troy, reading your question here. Do I have a high price of where I think CNTM will go? Think it's too late for a profit? Well, let's just take a peek one more time here. Well, it disappeared off there. All right. So what do we think might happen? We consult the daily. And apparently, these are all the days since Connect Technology came on the scene. Let's just double check here, make sure I'm not seeing something wonky. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks in play. So apparently a new offering not too long ago. So we're going to go back to the daily and go. Okay, well, nice breakout from this level down here. How about giving me something to look at here? So, for a long time or for a few days, we dipped below here, bottomed out, then we came back up. Okay, so 2 days ago was when this thing first lit back up right about the 89-cent level. So 3 big days of push, kind of even here. But what are we aligning against at the tops of yesterday and today? Seems like it put on the brakes today at the same level that it did yesterday. So this level back here is currently acting as supply. So to me, in the short term, it seems like it's spent a whole lot of energy, coming up from, let's just call it 90 cents to a buck 59. I mean, that's 70 cents when it was currently residing at, let's just call it 90 cents. That's almost 100%, getting very close to 100% move in 3 days. So I would say it needs to digest for a little bit, because unless we get a close above the green line here, let's just call that a buck 65, then this will probably continue to act as supply. So what's going to happen? Don't know, but if I had to speculate, we probably are just going to ebb and flow in this level here. And then, two possible scenarios. We consolidate sideways for a while, then it goes and attacks this level. If it gets a close above it, well, then all of this area up here might be in play. Of course, we first have to deal with this level coinciding with the bottom of that candle. But if it did get above there, I'd say next stop could be right about $2 or so. But a lot of energy expenditure over the past 3 days. I would expect to see it kind of ebb and flow between these levels here until it comes back down here and collapses again or gets a close above these levels here. So, Troy, I hope that makes sense to you. Now, one more little metric I'd like to add here, since this does have limited time on it. It's always interesting. Okay, this was the high candle, the high daily candle. So we're going to click on Anchor the VWAP. We're going to click here and then look what happens. And look where it's held. It's holding today so far. It took an excursion below that anchored VWAP from the high. And that seems to be acting as support right now. Now, what if we go ahead and throw another anchor at the low day and look what we get, okay? Anchor to the high day, anchor to the low day, and we're getting the anchored VWAP here and here. So, you know, based on my experience with anchored VWAP, if I had to make this any clearer, this could very well be the level that it consolidates in. And then we'll see, does it want to get frisky and pop back up? Or do the sellers take charge and take it back down into that lower trench? All right, Iris, can you show me how to create small charts of go, no go? Um, what does that mean? What does small charts mean? Because I can keep duplicating this guy, right? I could duplicate that go, no go here. I could drag it down here. Well, now you've got a small chart, but is that really what you're talking about, Or are you talking about a small chart like this? So if you can, you know, a small chart, that's a small chart right there. But perhaps I'm not understanding the question. And as to the latest production version, Iris, the latest production version is the 5.6.88, but if you want Go No Go to function without any hiccups, you need to be on the latest beta. And that download button is right next to the latest production version from the download section of the website. All right, Peter, my opinion on Rebben, R-E-B-N. Let's take a peek here. Oh, R-E-B-N, let's see. Fingers are too fast there. Okay, here we are looking at Rebben on the daily. Let's just drop a few lines here and there. Well, cooperate with me. All right, so we put on the brakes here. All right. So we cycled down, earnings were right here. It's just been a cycle down to this bottom green line ever since earnings. But notice over here where it put on the brakes, right back here. All right. This level currently acting as support, as we can see right here. And then it put the brakes back on right here. And we can see from back here, okay, acting as supply, couple of, bumping up, coinciding with what we saw back here with this little area of congestion. So apparently earnings, the market did not view those earnings well. We took the little plunge from 550 down to 260. Quite the haircut, right? But as you can see, it's trying to redeem itself. But let me see if that is the high. Well, we might get something interesting if we anchor from here. Okay, so from this last high candle here, when we were up at around close to $9, just anchor to there. Let's say we do move sideways for a little bit and eventually do have a closing day above this level here, I would think. And we can see right here with these areas of congestion, that's probably where the next level might be. And that's if and only if the buyers step back in. But if you put a gun to my head, I would have to say we're probably gonna just kind of be cruising along sideways for a good while there. Now, on a positive thing, if you're long this thing, the 10 period seems to be acting as the safety net right here, coinciding with the 130 as well. So, we'd have to get a little close above $4 for this level to become potential support. Tried it once, ran to this level. So it's probably just going to be range bound for a while. until the buyers or the sellers step back in there, Peter. Not bad action down here on the intraday, you know, but what's that? $4 up to 544. Not bad action if you were fortunate enough to see it breaking the $4 level and take a stab at it. Okay, Troy, very good. Yeah, Troy, Troy asking about anchored VWAP, right? So take a look at my GoNo chart here. The bluish line here is VWAP, which simply just means volume weighted average price. This is where the majority of the volume in Rebin has traded today, and it always anchors itself automatically to the first candle when we're talking about intraday. So volume weighted average price has been around for, well, probably about as long as the markets have been around. Um, it's a very popular metric amongst traders, and it's a very popular instrument for the way that institutional traders are graded when a client calls them up and says, hey, you got to get me out of a million shares of stock XYZ or a million shares of ABC. That's the way a lot of institutional traders are graded, right? If you end up getting your client out at VWAP, well, then you did an okay job, right? If you got your client out above VWAP, well, you did an exceptional job and maybe you get a bonus. But if you're consistently getting your clients out below VWAP and you're an institutional trader, well, you might not have a job for very much longer. So that's why it's such a popular metric. It's kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy, as many indicators are. But that's why stocks tend to gravitate around that volume weighted average price. Now, having said that, since regular VWAP for intraday use is automatically looking or quote unquote anchoring itself to the first candle of the day, whether it's 1 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute, that opening price, right? Opening candle. Whereas anchored VWAP allows us to anchor from whatever candle that we want. So this is regular VWAP. But let's say for a moment, okay, I'm going to anchor to the high candle of the day. And then look, we get another VWAP level here. Now, in this case, it happens to coincide very closely with regular VWAP. But on certain things, like what's the one we were looking at for Peter? Or Rebin. Oh, that's the same one. There was one we were looking at earlier. Was it the CNTM? Which is very telling. Okay. As I was saying earlier, when we have really big blow off tops, big blow off bottoms, or the opposite of a blow off top, a spike, a spike and a bounce on the bottom. Especially if we have limited time on the IPOs, anchoring to the first day of trading or the high can give us some very interesting levels because we're picking the event or the day to anchor from. So I would say that anchoring VWAP is more for showing us interesting levels for swing trade setups, daily, weekly, monthly, things of that nature. It's very popular in the crypto world right now. When every time Bitcoin breaks out to new highs, and of course it doesn't keep going, it folds back over, and you anchor to that level. It's uncanny how interesting that VWAP can be when you start anchoring it to specific events. And to your question there, Troy, this ability to anchor off the charts is resonant even in the standard subscription. But if you look over here on my toolbar, okay, you see we got the Brian Shannon channel over here with anchored VWAP. This has customized scans in it specifically for VWAP in the anchored version, and it is an add-on. But the ability to anchor VWAP from the charts is even present in the standard subscription with no additional fees. Yeah, so Iris, if you want to have multiple go no go charts up, I'm in a container right now, right? I don't know if are you working with containers or free floating windows? Because if you're working with containers, like if I just keep duplicating this chart here, like watch, duplicate here again, and even one more duplicate here. It's just going to keep duplicating them into this container here. So then I can just go like this and position them accordingly. I go, okay, now we're going to put one here. We're going to get rid of this dude. And now if I drag this one over and go, okay, let's put, oh, that's not the one I wanted. Okay, so now we've got 3 small go, no go charts in here. And if you unlink them, okay, we're just going to uncheck linking there. Okay, can I have my cursor back, please? There we go. Okay, did I unlink that one? Okay, that one is not linked. Properties, undo linking here. And lastly, properties, undo linking here. Now, if you wanted to watch 3 different stocks at the same time, then you could do that. And of course, you could just keep, you could pop his, you're reminding me of Barry now with his mini chart windows. You could cram 2, 4, 6, it just depends on how small do you want the charts to be. So let me know if that helps you there, Iris. Well, I appreciate the compliment, Iris. Unfortunately, not possible. Okay, so if you're doing free floating, easy peasy. We could always just duplicate into the free floating window, and then you would just, align them properly. Make sure your linking is turned off, and then it's just as easy as going duplicate, right? Duplicate as many as you want, get them all lined up, and just make sure you save that layout, right? Yeah, relatively simple whether you're in a container or free floating window. And now we can just kind of clean this up a bit. And we'll go back to linking. Okay, so for the free floating windows, right? Right, Iris? Okay. So don't have any free floating windows yet. This one's in a container. So I'm going to right click and just give it the old duplicate into a free floating window, right? Now, if you want multiple charts that are not linked, once we duplicate and get that guy into a free floating window, we can just keep duplicating. Okay, duplicate as many as you want. But if you want each one of them to be showing a separate symbol that you put in there, and you don't want that to change, then you got to right click, properties, and uncheck linking, right? Right click, properties. The wise way to do it would be to uncheck the linking first. Now, every time I duplicate the window, it's not linked. I don't have to go back in there and redo it every time. So if we look at these now, they're all going to be unlinked, right? Make sense? Yeah, container is what I'm working with right now. Simply meaning, in case anybody else is wondering out there, these are free floating. And by the way, typically in my trading setup, I use free floating windows as well. Some people like containers, some people like free floating, but what it means by containerized is, see, this is all one big piece. It's all in a container. But when we look back here, all of these windows are free floating, right? So it's just a simple preference. Some people like free floating, some people like containers, but whether you're a container or free floating, you can you can get what you need. Is Revan Chinese? Let's see here, Peter. Okay, I thought for a moment it might be a Chinese company, but Reborn Coffee. Wow, imagine that, another coffee company. How novel. How long before Starbucks buys them, right? So, Iris, hopefully that made sense, but if you need me to go over any more of those details, you just let me know. In the meantime, let me just make sure I did not miss any questions. Okay, I do believe we're caught up, but if I did miss something, just ask it again, and I think we're caught up. So, what was I going to do? Oh, yeah, we're going to spawn a new top list here. And let's see, give me a moment here while I can figure this. We're going to do what Barry was talking about. ETFs. Okay. We're going to point a top list to ETFs. And I tell you what, there's going to be a lot of them. So we're just going to put relative volume on 1 for easy. And that is not volume leaders. Let me just double check here. All right, we're pointed to our in-house ETF list, which I'm sure doesn't have every one because it seems like new ones are always popping onto the scene. But what we'll do is we'll duplicate it here, and then we'll take a gander at this thing. Okay. Now, I think I might go blind from all these Neapolitan colors here, which brings up a good topic. What if yeah, that looks gross, what if I want to change the color up here? And since we're only looking at, we don't want to be trying to look at any or trade any of these ETFs that look like stocks that are too thin. I tell you what, position and range, we don't need that. And relative volume versus volume percent today. Well, you're going to notice the correlation here, right? Whether it's relative volume or volume percent today being a little higher, like what Barry was talking about. Let's see here, 144,000. Look how low the volume levels are in some of these things. So I'm actually thinking that maybe volume today might be the place to sort with and just have relative volume out here as another indicator. So we're going to get rid of volume percent today as well, since this is more or less just kind of exploratory. But we are going to sort default. We don't really even need change from close, change from open. Simple is better. We'll leave change from, oh yeah, those are both close, change from close. So for now, we're just going to leave it like this and see what we can see as far as the correlations go with what Barry was talking about. All right, Iris, let's see, separate them. Yeah, so once you separate, and let me just do that one more time just for one more time. Okay, so if I take that go no go chart and do a free floating window, once you remove symbol linking, let's see, separate them. Okay. So if you're free floating, there's not really any separating, there's only duplicating. If you're in a container, then you have to kind of arrange them. But once you have a go no go chart, and of course, there we go, there are the bars. You have a free floating go no go chart, regardless of time frame. Once you have made sure the symbol linking is deactivated, then just duplicate as much as you want. Duplicate, duplicate. All right. You can have 10, whatever. Then you just have to arrange them accordingly and save your layout. Okay, so first we got to get rid of this gross coloring. Okay, what we're going to do here, how about, since we're going to be sorting by volume today, we'll just go ahead and sort by millions. We're going to go in here, in case you're wondering how to add color to a top list, right click properties, select colors. Since we want to colorize by volume today, well, first we got to find that filter. And volume today shares is what we're looking for, which is this guy. Okay. Notice how pretty it got all of a sudden, but because of the breakpoints and these are millions, we're not getting any gradient. So if I just delete that, now we're back to white. So let's go by, let's see, 10, 20, 30, 40. Let's see. We could say 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm thinking that's going to be too big of an increment. 50 million. And we'll leave it for now. Okay. Then we'll go might be too big. I tell you what, we'll start at 50 million and then we'll go slower, lower. I think that's 10 million. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then how about 5? Okay, now we got something that's easy on the eye, right? And you could get even a little more gradient by making smaller denominations, but good enough for now. What we want to do is we just want to go back and check out the correlations that Barry was referencing. Is there any way to get rid of the white frame? You talking about the frame, Iris, or the? Because see, here's my go no go chart. I don't really see any white frame. Are you talking about the body? Because I'm not seeing a white frame here. Okay, Soxel, the bull, 3x. Okay. As Barry was talking about, we had the transition from orange, but in this case, we put in a light blue bar, but then as soon as these guys turn blue, we get a nice lift from say 3480-ish up to 3611. Now look back here. We had, oops, I guess if you want to see that, I probably need to change the color. One moment, please. Okay, did that do it? Okay, there we go. There we go. But what I was referencing is this is exactly what Barry was talking about. We go from orange to purple, and then what was that level? Went from 3540 down to 3320. So looks like that method would have worked on Soxel. Here is TQQ, just more of these, leveraged ETFs. No orange to purple here, migrated, but once the blue bars start on these ETFs, whether we go orange right to blue or orange with a little, interim thing there. Good Lord. Let me silence my phone here since somebody's blowing me up. Give me give me 1 second here, ladies and gentlemen. It seems to be an internal discussion that requires my Okay, sorry about that. White frame at the top. Oh, you might be talking about this. Iris, you talking about the white frame up here? If so, look very closely on the right edge, these little arrows right here. Just like up here, if I wanted to get rid of those guys, we just click the little arrow right here and right there. So hopefully that's what you're talking about. Okay, we've only looked at two of these. Of course, this is going to be the, one's the short, one's the long, right? So orange to mid to blue and then up again. I don't see any orange straight to blue, and I don't see any orange straight to purple on this one. And that guy was just purple right off the bat. But there are some interesting correlations. Now, once we get into some of the more obscure ETFs, well, we had a little transitory bar right there and just purple, 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 all the way down on FXI, and that's iShares China. Dust is going to be gold. Just nothing but blue there. And it's I bet, okay, BOIL. It's going to be interesting on BOIL. Okay. As Barry was indicating, went right from orange to purple, right? Of course, the purple took most of the oomph out of it, right? I was thinking to myself that what Barry is showing everybody, and of course, the SPY and the Qs are some of the more potent ETFs because they're the underlying collection that make up that specific index. So they're definitely going to have the most volume. So now I'm wondering if there's a correlation between high relative volume and whether or not the bars transition quicker. Let's look at USIG, which is the bond. Not seeing any orange in that one, but we got a high relative volume number. And see how thin we're getting here. I mean, that thing still trades 1 million shares. I have no idea what the spread might be in these, though. So just from this brief kind of perusing of some random ETFs, I think Barry's technique, I think he may be onto something, but I think it's definitely going to have to be the larger ETFs doing, tons and tons of volume. That's BITI. Let's look at IBIT, one of the, okay, interesting here, because once we started purple, it was just purple, purple, purple. Some transitory bars here, but then purple again. The thing about these is you have to wait typically for the bar to close, right? So plenty of time here in the first 3, 6, 9, 15 minutes of the open to go, you know what? We're purple. And, at this level here, if we were trying to play Bitcoin short through the ETFs, well, Nice little breakdown, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15-minute breakdown. Everything's purple. Look how low the risk is. Like if you shorted even the tops of these bars right here, what are we talking about? 34.55, just round it up to 34.60. You can get short at 34.47 and risk 13 cents on an ETF like this. That's not so bad. That's not so bad. And then from 34.50 straight down to, I mean, 2 points. Brrr. Interesting. Well, you know what Barry always talks about, the first 15 minutes. It's kind of seeming to me like this is another way to get into low risk trades in the first 15 minutes, right? If you're seeing all purple and you think it's going to go down and you got this nice little top right here as the break occurs, I mean, if that's not low risk, I don't know what is, especially on an instrument such as this. Yeah, straight from orange to purple or blue. And then sometimes it's going to have that little, ooh, I'm confused, teal bar. So shall we call it SQQQ trader. Yes, with the orange to blue. Here we had the pink to purple. That one a little sloppier than some of the other ones. But definitely interesting. And of course, as I said, this is not all of the ETFs because I don't know when the last time this list had been updated. Just kind of wanted to get in there and just take a peek. So while there are a ton of ETFs, there's only a few that do massive volume on a daily basis. Wow. Some of these don't really trade that much at all. Oh, and of course, I forget what what are the Tesla single stock ETFs? You got TSLL, I think. No, I forget what the symbols are. Okay, TSLQ is the 2x short for Tesla. Okay. So we had the teal, then we went to blue. Plenty of time to react after this 3-minute candle closes and say, hey, think Tesla's going to go down. I'm going to use the inverse instrument with double volatility to get long at 33.30, let's call it. And a nice grind up to buck 30, $1.30 move on TSLQ. But we did have the transitionary bar there. No immediate orange to blue there. Interesting. And yes, you're correct, trader, as Barry was pointing out. Well, we did have the orange. I mean, didn't we have an orange to purple? A single orange bar to purple earlier? Because here I'm seeing this collection and then orange here. I don't know if that changed in the interim. I don't know why it would. Huh. Wow. Just took a look at the time. You got to be kidding me. An hour has just went poof into the ether. Yeah, the clock is right. Okay. Any last call for any symbols that anybody would like me to look at? In the meantime, what's our friend GNLN doing? Oh, just kind of basing out here. What's going to happen? Are we going to get a transitionary bar here pretty soon? Seems like VWAP is kind of acting as the wet blanket for now. And let me just take a look at something real quick here. Ooh, I hear somebody breathing. That must be Barry.
Okay, you didn't hear the garbage truck?
No, I did not.
Oh, cool. Very cool. Okay, right outside my window. The
Well,
recycling
are you
guys.
using that? I forget what it's called. That
No,
filter. Okay.
no, that was really wreaking havoc on my machine after a while.
Oh, yeah. I gotcha.
And so I had to disable it, and I was a little worried. But it's funny. My machine has been very, very quiet, relatively speaking, for quite a while now. Even though I didn't. Okay, Mr. Franco, he wants you to take a look at SBUX. And while you're doing that, Jamie, I actually asked Michael if the scan is possible, and he said it's absolutely possible.
Cool.
So the scan to go from getting not looking at the intermediate colors either up or down. So the scan is possible. So now it's a matter of I sort of suggested, how about $1 to $50, 300,000 shares minimum, 3 relative volume, and on a 3-minute chart. And let's just see what happens. Okay.
Yeah,
I just really want to see what happens.
Yeah.
And, we take it from there. We can always fine tune it. But my big thing was, is the scan possible? And he says it's absolutely possible.
Right on.
If that's the case, depending, nothing is going to be 100%, but I may just wait for that all day. It's just those
Well, no,
things
and
all day long.
I compiled this list of ETFs using our pre-program list, which probably is not updated. But we were just taking a look at it, and it seems to be the higher volume ETFs are exhibiting that pattern, right?
Right.
But definitely interesting. Definitely interesting.
Oh yeah, very, very well. I've just seen it too many times, and not so much even the ETFs, just in general. Look at AM. I think is it AMBS? You were talking. I think I just tail end of your conversation about looking at stocks. No, maybe AMB.
Yeah,
I didn't. Maybe in the first 15 minutes. Was it
well,
AMB?
let me talk about Starbucks here real quick.
Shoot, can't remember the stock, but the opening 3-minute candle was orange, and then it went right to purple, and it was purple for another hour.
Right.
And it went from about $3 down to or $3.50 down to $2. And I'm just trying to remember. I just can't remember the symbol anymore. But yeah.
Okay, okay? So, Mr. Franco, regarding Starbucks, up top here, we've just got the daily go no go, and you can see earnings date was right here, just kind of down here in the lower, about the middle of that range right there, and just kind of everything was purple and blue, or purple and light purple. Don't know exactly what the catalyst was here, since earnings were back here, but a gap up right on that day.
Oh, do you know what it was?
I do not.
Oh, I can tell you.
No, wait, no, it was the Chipotle bull.
Yeah,
crap.
exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Jamie, I know you probably don't have your pre-market up. You don't look at pre-market, do you?
What is that?
Well, do you have pre-market on your charts, or do you not?
Well, this is
I don't see your charts. I don't see your charts. I'm just in general. Like I know some of you don't like.
Yeah. No, I like pre-market
data. Oh, okay, good. Look at Starbucks as an example. Look, just before the market opened, an orange bar,
orange, and then it's purple all the way down.
and then purple.
Yeah.
It's voodoo, man. It works.
Well, I was telling the crew, I don't know if you heard, I'm like, first 15 minutes, blah, blah, blah. But this is another way to take really low risk opening. Like if you look at IBIT this morning, look at that first 12 minutes of activity on the 3 minutes. I mean, very low risk for an instrument of that nature.
Right.
And then it just purpled on down, right?
Yeah.
So getting back to you, Mr. Franco. Yeah. So new management and then the gap up. And now it looks like this is going to be our home, this range right here, we'd have to get a close above here on the daily, or if they sell it off again, a close below here. But I would just expect some sideways movement in here until it decides what it wants to do next, go attack the upper levels or gets sold back off again, right? So that's my, pretend to be Michael Noss analysis on Starbucks.
You don't need no stinking CMG to tell us what, or CMT, whatever he calls himself. You don't need that.
Oh goodness. Okay,
Yeah,
Barry.
goodness.
Well, yeah,
But
I'm
hey,
going to continue to watch it. If you see any other interesting tidbits on that topic we were talking about, by all means, please share them with me.
yeah, and what I might do, yeah, I might in our Slack thread, if I see a stock, maybe after the fact, but it's just sort of reinforcement, reinforcement, reinforcement. I also want to see the ones that fail. I mean, I
Right,
want to
right.
see, okay, let's see an orange and and then get the transition, and the ones that don't work, try to figure out, okay, is there some kind of common theme for not working,
Hmm.
and understanding that nothing works 100% all the time anyway.
Absolutely. I'd settle for 90%, Barry.
I'd settle for 90% for sure. Okay, my friend, nice talking to you, and we'll see you next Wednesday.
Very good. Good luck the rest of the day, and we'll talk to you later. Bye bye, everybody.
Okay, guys, I've just taken the screen again, back in both rooms. Let me get rid of the announcements. And lastly, get my music going. So a little bit of chop action today in the market, I guess. Certainly on the SPY anyway. NAS is down a little, Dow's up, a fair amount, and the SPY is up a little. So Jamie and I, just before I took over, Jamie and I were talking about Starbucks. And again, this whole idea of, and I've asked Michael Noss, he says it can be done. It's going to be a little tax on the server. And I'm not sure when it would be done, but talking about just getting a scan for those stocks that go from orange to deep purple or orange to blue immediately without the intermediate step. Excuse me. And look at Starbucks even. Now this is at 927, and I always use pre-market data. Look at that orange bar, okay? And then it went purple, and then purple, purple, purple all the way down. So orange to purple. And again, nothing is going to work 100% of the time, okay? But I'm just seeing so many occurrences such that if we do get a scan like that, heck, I may just wait for that all day. Those alerts all day, never mind anything else. And it won't matter if the stock's at the high of the day or low of the day, won't matter. So looking at GNLN, I know, John, you're looking at GNLN as I am. um, where is GN? There we are. So GNLN. So look, if we got see, we're not going to get the transition here. We're not going to go. I would have loved to have seen deep purple to blue immediately right there. That would give me a lot more confidence in taking it. And of course, it all depends on the time frame you're looking at too. I'm trying to work off a 3-minute time frame. But on the 5-minute, we have orange there. I mean, if all of a sudden that orange and it pops up and it turns blue, okay, I may take the trade. And the idea is you put your stop at the low of the previous candle. So if it went from orange to blue, you put the stop at the low of the orange candle. Hopefully, I mean, it's not like a mile away. Anyway, it's an interesting concept, guys. Now, to your point, trader, in our YouTube room. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, YouTube room. Was it trader? Somebody said, or if it's just one. Where are you? Somebody said that. Was that in the main room? In other words, it's so for instance, you've got this right there, okay? You've got orange. You only have the one pink, and then it turned, so I mean, it wasn't a series of pinks. Somebody said it somewhere. Ah, there, Trader 77. Yeah, you said it. Maybe one aqua bar after the orange could be okay, but preferably no aqua. But excuse me, or on the downside, pink. So there's only the one pink. Anyway, let's see. Anything else? Oh, that was you, dip buyer. Okay, you're Trader 77. I don't want to. I don't want to expose you. Okay. Okay. So, for instance, this would not meet the bill here. You've got orange, but it went transition then blue. Now, had that gone blue immediately, I mean, it still looks good, but if you want to be would have been more. It would have been awesomer if that aqua had been blue. I mean, for those of you who don't mind scalping, I mean, I can see this is a you could maybe even just look at the SPY or the Qs or IW or some of the ones that have a lot of volume all day long. So what I wanted to do was bring up GNLN. So what would happen if if that turned if this there's orange right there, orange on the 5, and then if the next candle turned blue instead of aqua, like right, you see it's not going to. See it is just turned aqua. Which is interesting because it was orange, but now the trend is picking up, and so now it's gone to the now maybe it turns blue. Maybe it turns blue. I don't know. We still have a minute left in this candle, or not? No, we only have 5 seconds left in this candle. Now it's back to orange. So now it's back. Now you see how it did stay, and now it's aqua. But I would rather have had that go blue. And then all you do is you put your stop. I mean, it's on a stock like this, it's going to be a pretty wide stop. I mean, if you look at a stop at around 13.11 and you get in, had that been blue, you would have been in, you would have had about an 80-cent stop. On a stock like this, I mean, that's not out of the question. And you just share size accordingly. So if you only wanted to risk $100, you would take, about 100 shares with an 80-cent risk. I guess 125 shares right on the button, but you know what I mean. So it's very interesting. I mean, it's starting to work now, and it's coming out of concept. Now, what happens on the 3? There's orange bar. What if that turns blue immediately? Not this one, and this is, and I know I'm getting a little excited about this, but I've never really considered any sort of a system like this in all my years. See, at this point, the stop would have to be if this remained orange, and then the next candle is blue. You'd have a pretty wide stop, 13.49. depending on where that blue would be, if it turns blue. So yeah, I'm just talking to Michael, and it looks like he can build a scan that I will test. I'll be able to test it maybe even by tomorrow, and the scan will be in the Market Explorer. It may not be in the market. He's probably just going to give it to me, and so I can test it. And it'll be based on the 3-minute chart. I mean, the other thing we have to consider too. Now we've got 2 orange bars in a row. Is that good? You know, there are 2 orange bars and then the next one's blue? Is that better, or is it better to have 1 orange bar? I mean, there's all sorts of permutations and combinations in this. You never had it on the SPY. Technically, we did not have it on the SPY. Excuse me. But then the traditional way of orange, aqua, and then blue. Well, I'm telling you though, if GNLN at the, towards the end of the day takes out the high right up here, I mean, it's possible, of course, takes out that high right there, 1664 on some volume. And volume is coming in. You can see a little, you can see the volume bars right there, which are greater than most of the previous ones. So the volume is actually coming in. Serve? What do you mean you saw something like serve? I still I still can't believe that this is their business model of little robots on the well, maybe there is more to it, but little robots on the sidewalk delivering delivering excuse me, product. I mean, they must have something else going on, I would hope. Yeah, no, we saw that in the pre-market. Yeah, John. The deal with Shake Shack, autonomous robot delivery via Uber. There you are. There, that's what it looks like. Well, that's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. But I would just think that in certain cities, and it's supposed to navigate through maybe somehow it picks less busy sidewalks. It's got a GPS system in it, I guess. But I'd be so worried that people would just kick it over. As Future in the other room said, yeah, people seem to want to. He's seen it. I mean, how would you not get people just maliciously wanting to kick this thing over? Hmm. Okay, so you've had it in Santa Monica. Okay. Well, they've obviously come up with a model that it seems to work, because that's the first thing I would think of as well. You order something and it doesn't get there, and you find out that it's been kicked over. Well, now, Poe, you've got to have a minimum order, okay? And they say that you don't have to tip it. Yeah, robo taxis. I'm still not convinced. I want to see somebody. I want to see the back of somebody's head. But then again, maybe a certain demographic doesn't care. Really, Juan? Okay, good luck on you're going to swing GNLN unless it hits 13. Okay. So it's not based on share size, KV Ray. It's based on how much you're willing to risk on the trade. Okay, like dollar wise. It's not based on share size at all. So if let's just say for argument's sake, you were looking at a $10 stock. Okay, and I'm not talking about now total account size, but you're looking at a $10 stock and you have a 10-cent stop on it because it makes sense to have a stop 90 cents away, or sorry, a dime away, and you're willing to risk 100 shares. You could take 1,000 shares. Okay, if you're you got 10,000 in your account, but okay, so it's not based. It's not the number of shares. It is what is your stop? How far away from your entry is going to be your stop? So if that stop was 25 cents away and you were willing to risk $100, you just do the math. I'm sorry. So you just do the math, and what's that? So you take 400 shares. Okay, if you're willing to risk 25 cents on the trade, 400 times 25 cents, $100, right? So it's not shares. At least that's not the way I trade anyway. That's the way I trade. It's all based on how much am I willing to risk on the trade dollar wise, and then I try to keep that about the same every single trade. In other words, I'm not risking 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 100 the next. I try to keep my risk amount, how much I'm willing to lose on the trade, about the same every trade. Well, that's okay. If you use it, that's okay. $125 if that's what your account size dictates. But where are you putting your stop? You see, I think the problem that for me anyway would be a problem when people say, "Well, my stop is always 10 cents away or 20 cents away or 1% away or 2% away." Okay? I I'd rather base my stop on what the chart is telling me. So again, if I use my $10 analogy and I look at the chart and 10 cents away, there seems to be a lot of support, whatever I would consider support, 10 cents away, so that if it broke down through that, I want to be out of the trade. Okay, so it's not that my stop is always 10 cents or 20 cents or 1% or 2%. It always be based on what the chart is telling me. So it's okay to use a 125 risk for all trades, but your risk amount, your stop more than likely will be different every trade. Like the amount, the stop, wherever you're putting your stop away from your current price will be different. So what you would do if you were willing, if you had a 10-cent stop, so you would divide 10 cents into 125 and you get 1,250 shares. Now you can set up an Excel spreadsheet so that all you have to do is input your entry and your stop price, and then that'll calculate and then have it point to the number that you're willing to risk every trade. And then if you know how to do that, and then that'll tell you how many shares to take approximately. We're not going to don't get too many, don't get too crazy. Okay. I don't know why I had IBTA up. I was looking at Eat Guys and I was hoping that it would turn blue immediately, but it did not. I was looking at Eat here and you can see orange and then it went to the aqua. I mean, there's nothing wrong with this, but I'm trying to be really, almost really, really disciplined and only taking orange to blue or orange to deep purple. Adam, what did you mean by that? Said dollar amount stop can limit you. What do you mean by that exactly? Yeah, PSIG has a lot of promise. It's at IPO. Yeah, I mean it's at the this week's high was 281. What are we, Wednesday? So obviously happened on Monday. And if it can break through that, 329, and of course it was an IPO at $4, so it's still below the IPO price. I don't understand that concept, Adam. I mean, listen, if I'm certainly not trying to tell people that's what they should do, having the same dollar amount stop approximately for every trade. It's just the way I trade, and I know there are others who do that. When you say limits the amount of risk you can have, I mean, that's the whole thing, though. I mean, I don't want to risk more than what my account size dictates. Look at Serve. Was this shortable? I think it was shortable too. No, it wasn't. Thank you. I'm glad it wasn't. I mean, it's still up for the day, but boy, it has really been drifting down. Yeah, whatever a person is comfortable with, of course. I'm talking to Adam in our YouTube room. Well, the challenge in that sort of method is, kind of doing the instant calculation on how many shares to take. But again, you can always set up an Excel spreadsheet, which will tell you. And as long as the person doesn't get hung up, man, it said my entry was supposed to be here, and here's my stop. But before I could take the trade, it went up a little bit. So okay, maybe make a minor adjustment. Instead of 100 shares, maybe you're taking 90 shares. Boy, look at EAT, guys. EAT is really trying to bounce here. Earnings play. Okay, guys. Wow, 130. So starting to drag here a little bit. Look at Siga. Wow. Nice move here. 970. Wow, look at Siga. Nice move here. SIGA. Can't even see the top here. Not from on that little break right there. From 970 or something up to 1119 for SIGA. Something happened after a report. Maybe you guys already posted this if I'm late. Is this this is monkeypox again. Okay, well, this is monkeypox, and let's take a look at GOVX. Is it doing the same thing? And the answer is yes. So monkeypox again in the headline, same one. Monkeypox is a public health emergency of international concern. All right. Oh, I see. Draw. You were already talking about Sega. Okay. So this is shortable for me also, and reason I'm even looking at a potential short. Look at the 200-day moving average for GOVX, right at 336. So right there, that green line. So that could stall it. Ah, classic. Look at that. Had I seen this, went orange to blue, right at 248. Ah, went blue. No, not yet, Captain. That's what I'm dealing with Michael Noss. He is the system is capable for doing it, or it is capable of doing it. So I've got to give him some parameters. The big thing I wanted to know if it was possible to scan orange to blue and orange to deep purple and bypassing the middle step. And he says it's possible. Yes. So I think he's going to try to create something for me tomorrow, and I am going to see what happens, see how many we get. Number one. Now, in this particular case, I actually asked him to put the relative volume at 3. No, we have to have some criteria to begin with. But I'm noticing on this one it was only 1.5. So, but let's start off with the scan itself and just see what happens. And notice, and I asked him to do it on a 3-minute time frame, because notice on the 5-minute that would not have worked. Hmm. Let's see. Okay, so but which candle? The transition candle or the orange candle? So, for instance, if we look at GovX, I guess it would have to be the transition candle. That would make sense. So even here, see, and look, it's not going to pick up everything, because even here it would not have picked it up because the volume was 57,000. I know you just threw out 100,000, but and this was this candle was only 8,000. This is when it got going though. But I don't want to fall into the trap of saying, well, I've got to be able to find this one. I have to see this one, and thereby reducing all the filters in order to see this one. And then what happens is you see 30 that don't do this. Okay, so I don't want to fall into that trap. Yeah. Well, it's easy enough to quantify it. I mean, I can just say, never mind relative volume. I could say 1. But just like I was saying, though, you'll see this, but you might say 30 others that don't keep doing it, and that's the problem. So you know what? I don't mind keeping the relative volume at 300,000 shares between. I think okay, we'll say $2 to $50 just to kind of see what sort of alerts we get, and then afterwards we can start to fine tune it. All right, guys, 1:38. So I have about an hour left. I don't think William is not going to be able to keep the room open until 4, the main room open until 4. So when I leave, that's it. Well, he's going to try to create something for me tomorrow, the captain. So I just have to remind him, he said. So he's going to try to create something for me tomorrow, and then I can just see what sort of alerts we get. Me too. That'll cut down on all the scans. If all of a sudden I felt that worked, 60, 65, 70% of the time. And when they really work, they really work. All right, guys. Well, one last look at my homepage. Okay, guys. So there's my homepage link. So if you click on it, this is what you're going to see. So at the very top, if you want to take out a subscription, here's how you can do it. There's your promo code Barry15. That'll get you 15% off, first month only or the entire year. As always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. This will help. The room gets credit for the subscription, which in turn keeps the room free. It's really that simple. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Take you about 30 minutes if you want. If you looked at every single video, download and install, first startup and login, getting down to the introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay, it won't take long to go through them. And if you're brand new to trading or relatively new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, he put this together, series of videos that you can take a look at. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here, free of course. And Steve, Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And I said Steve because he's the originator. He'll be in our YouTube room tomorrow. But take a look at SMR. Is it still? I mean, the trigger was 950, so it's still above. But look, in this market, up to you. I mean, if you take the trade and how you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. These are designed for swing trades, but have some kind of trader's eye to understand that swing trading right now, to me anyway, I'm not a swing trader, but I wouldn't consider it to be that easy. And then here's our education section right here. And then click here. Here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. So I've got these two races. I toggle back and forth between them. These are these top two right there. I also have another race that you can have a look at. Those are the large cap losers from the start of the race. Okay. Halts resumes over here. Momentum scan down here. And the upside movers versus downside movers right here. I do have other scans that I'm willing to share. They're all here. I do not have them all up and running, and neither should you. There'd be way too many. And so now let's talk a little bit about the go no go. Because you're probably getting I know I'm not trying to nag anybody on this, but I am finding that it's very sort of fascinating. So if you are a subscriber, this is what you can do. You can click on new and then docked channel bar, okay? And then here's your channel bar. Click on the Go No Go Charts channel. And here is an explanation about what it's all about. A couple of videos and some text. It's talking about the transition from one color to the next. Okay. So here's all the information right here. And that'll, so you can have an informed decision whether or not you even want to try it. And we do charge $50 a month as an add-on. This is mainly because it's not our product. We are licensing from the people who created Go No Go. The good news is Michael happens to know one of the originators. I think he is Michael's a CMT, and I think the gentleman is the president of the CMT. So they put this together. Now, what Michael has done though, and I know Go No Go is available. I know on other charting programs. But what Michael is doing is he's creating scans for it. Okay, he's creating scans. These are the daily scans, on the long side and the short side. I was okay. Thank you, because I was trying to figure out what you meant. So again, if you do take out a subscription, please listen carefully, okay? Because the very first time you take a look at the chart, this is what you're going to see. Now, this is a traditional chart, a bar chart, but a traditional chart, just with up candles, down candles, etc. Not a go no go chart. In order to turn it into a go no go chart, you have to click on one of these symbols. Doesn't matter which one. So you can click on, say, Spotify. So now it's turned into the go no go chart. The next step is you must be on the latest beta. Okay, so if you go to my homepage link and go, I think near the top, there's a section that says, or there's a link that says download. Click on that and get to the latest beta. So click on my homepage link and see where it says download. Click on the download and download the beta. And if you do that, that should work. You should get the go no go charts. Now, for some reasons, for some people, it still doesn't work. So on the chart, right click and uncheck use browser interface. For some people, for some reason, it doesn't work. Okay. So again, if you've taken out a subscription and you're frustrated because you don't seem to be able to get the go no go charts working, and you're listening to me, please, I'll go over this again. And the other thing is you don't have to stay in the channel in order to use the go no go chart. You can just right click and duplicate it into a free floating window. So here it is, free floating. Okay, now, and that's basically what I did here. I created free floating windows here. And on my other monitor, free floating windows. I've got some thumbnail charts. That's how I can keep track of some of the ones that I really want to, watch all day. I don't know why this is black instead of blue. Not that it matters. So you can see what SIGA did. It broke down through the VWAP, and then when it got over the VWAP, which is 1053, it is trying to run again. Oh, nice. Sorry. So dip, this is what we're talking about, okay? So look at EAT on a 5 minute. Orange, only one aqua, and then the blue. I wish that had been blue. I would have taken it for sure, just to test. And notice we didn't get it at all on the 3 minute chart. That's going to be the challenge. Yeah, no kidding. Look at Sig PSIG. You're absolutely right, Baba. Just oh, now this was not shortable for me, but there's that's a classic. Now the only issue is that's a pretty big bar. Okay, be nicer if it looks like a bit of a chase. However, 222 down to wow 179 would have been awesome. Now I don't know how where you could have got it, how quickly that moved, but that's what we're talking about. Look at that transition from orange right to deep purple. But this was not shortable for me. I am cheering you on, Juan. I still am holding out to see if it can take out the high of the day later for GNLN. Well, and Captain, it makes perfect sense because it's a trend. It's a trend generator, really. So yeah, if the volume really picks up, that would, it makes sense that the volume really increases on that candle. And I don't know what's in it. I don't actually know what the tech is. I mean, I think MACD is in it and a few other things, um, but I don't know what the tech, like what all is in it. And to be honest, I don't care as long as it works. Yeah, I just don't know. I know there's a bunch of indicators. They took a bunch of indicators, put all in one, and came up with this go no go. What I'm actually trying to find, and well, anybody with go no go, okay, I'm actually trying to find some instances where it's not working, and trying to figure out, okay, is there any theme behind one of the ones that isn't working? Well, that's the whole idea, Captain, of doing a scan. Okay, that's what we're trying to come up with. It is a scan. You scan for stuff like this. So the framework to narrow it down so far is a price range, a minimum volume, relative volume, things like that. So it's not just obviously 10,000 stocks every time it happens. Of course not. So, and that's the trick, right now is how, like, what parameters should we be using? But first step first, let's see what the scan looks like with maybe a relative volume of 300,000 share minimum, maybe between $5 and $50. And let's just see what happens. And that's why I put the question out there for those of you who have the product. If you're seeing any orange turn to either deep purple or blue, and then it doesn't follow through, just let me know. I want to check it out and just see if there's, though nothing is going to work 100% of the time. We know that. Andy. Now, GNLN, I mean, we are getting the transition now, but not from the orange, but we are getting a transition. We've had it for a little while on the 3-minute chart. Just give me a moment, please. Yeah. So the challenge is what time frame to really use. I'm liking the 3, but sometimes I'm seeing the 5 will give the color change, and the 3 doesn't, and vice versa. We have to pick it. We do have to pick a time frame. I know that. I know Michael cannot. Not that he doesn't want to, but it's the server overload trying to do it all. So I mean, we may get away with a 3 and a 5. I mean, so right on the GNLN. Now, this is nothing to do with the orange and all that, but you see how the transition was right here at 139. So if you took the trade, you would get in around 1439. If you waited on this one, you'd get in at 1473. Because it didn't turn blue until here on the 5. That's quite a difference. And again, this is nothing. We're not talking orange to blue, or we're just talking now in general the transitions. I know. I jokingly said to him, "Why don't we have a 4-minute chart?" Now, at the very least, for those of you, well, especially if you're a premium subscriber, but even if you're a standard, standard you can have 10 charts, premium you can have 20 charts. So I know what I'd be doing. I would be putting some of the hot stocks and thumbnails, and I'd have it on my some. You don't have to. The charts don't have to be that big. This is, that's fine. And then I would watch those, and every time I saw an orange, I would start watching it and see what the transition was. I mean, it's a manual way of doing it. I'm kind of doing that right now. I only have 8. I only have 8 charts. I can probably need a bigger chart though. Let me just see. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I can just take one of these. I did not like. I did not like it on a 3 on yesterday at all. Okay, so that's today. That's pre-market. I hope it doesn't get too jammed. Here's post-market. Okay, not bad, not bad. Okay, so here we go. What time? 10 a.m. Can I get back there without it being? Well, that's not bad at all. Yeah, no. So 10. Yeah, no. So at 10 a.m. There's 10 a.m. right there. 10 a.m. is right there. So really, nothing happened. When I say nothing happened, we had the orange, 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 and then we had the aqua, now blue. So maybe what you were thinking is that maybe it was orange and then one of these was blue. That would be the theory, Mark, that the 5 is a little late sometimes, but I've seen it. But the 5 is earlier than the 3, which okay, Captain. Anything else? Okay. All right, let's take a look at GovX. Well, your next high in a weekly chart is, other than today's high, is 327 or so. 329. A strange day for me, guys. I had the early trade in GNLN, and I really haven't. Give me a moment. And excuse me, I really haven't done anything else. Boy, it's serve. What an awesome short that would have been had I had shorts available. I mean, this it's still positive for the day, barely though. It's up 7%. It was up a lot more earlier when it was up at 13.95. 14. What am I? Yeah, this actually got up to 14.66. 14.44 was the high today. May have been even higher in the pre-market. Yes, it was. No, it wasn't. No, there's the high of the day right there. 14.44, and now we're down to 11.13. What a fade all day. Not shortable though for me, unfortunately, at Interactive Brokers. I know we're talking about this a lot, but this whole idea of waiting for that orange to the either the deep purple or the blue, what I can see that happening is that it just keeps you out of a lot of trades that don't do anything. You think you're in something that looks good and you get in, and then it just maybe chops around or doesn't go in the direction you want, of course. I'm looking at GNL, and this is a very, here we are. I mean, in the old days, a day ago, we would have taken this trade, say at 14.37, and it actually popped. I mean, that would have been nice. But you see what it's doing. It's just not breaking out completely. Ooh, here's a powerhouse now for the SIGA, SIGA. Nice breakout now. SIGA, great breakout. This is shortable for me. Not that I want to short it, but I mean, the other one was also with a lot of shorts available, 1.28 million at Interactive Brokers. But that is a nice, see, again, if we were just sort of fixated on having it go orange to blue, this was an alert right there, 11:10. So GovX is probably doing the same thing, right? Not quite. Well, at the very least, Captain Para, it gives us something to think about now for the next little while to see if this pans out. How does CVNA look? Okay. On not on the 5 or well, I mean it turned. You're talking at 130. Okay, 130 is right here. So I mean technically, yes, of course it worked, except we're not getting that abrupt transition. Yeah, but remember, it was pink first instead of right from orange. All we're trying to do is see the ones that are bypassing that middle stage. I mean, this worked. Of course, it would have worked also, but just trying to put maybe more odds in our favor, eliminating that middle step. I mean, the good thing is that we're not getting many of them. So it's not like we'll be inundated. I don't think we'll be inundated. I don't even know if I can load that one. BVNKF. BVNKF. Oof. Obviously on the pinks, but no volume. I see what you mean, though. Up on 4,000 shares, 5,000 shares, up 32%. Wow. Okay, guys, another 15 minutes or so for me. Okay, so if you have any questions, please ask them now. Unfortunately, William cannot keep the room open until 4 today. So when I leave, both rooms have to shut down. So if you have any questions, I can always stay afterwards, but I won't unless there's some questions. How does Tesla look? Okay, I love this. Aha, so we did have a transition. See, on the 5, not on the 3. So we had a transition from orange to red for Tesla at 202. And before it pulled up at all, it got down to 198. So you can see that transition. And we did not get it at all on the 3-minute chart. Going to go back to what time? 9:33. Let's see if this will scroll without getting all jumbled. Not bad. 9:33. So there's your opening. Well, that was, that was from the get-go. Yeah, all the volume, yeah. From 208 down to 199. Okay, I'll be taking trades in the first 15 minutes now, guys. What we did see though, you see Starbucks had a very similar pattern. Starbucks had a but the problem is, how do we know it's going to be steep? How do we know? I mean, if you look at that first one and then the second one, how do we know this is going to continue? I mean, that's obviously the issue. We don't know 100%. Now, I suppose, as Jamie said, we were talking to him about this in our YouTube room. Well, you take it and you have a pretty tight stop, and if it doesn't work, you'll know pretty soon. But Starbucks, and that's why I like having the pre-market. Starbucks had a very similar pattern to Tesla, but its 3-minute candle before the 927 candle was orange. Let me show you. See, it was orange. Now it did pop up, but you would let that. Where did it close? It would have closed right there. But look. I mean, Starbucks and Tesla, very similar in what they did. The difference is that was orange. So if I'm going to maybe trade in the first 15 minutes, and I saw something like that happening, yeah, I could have taken that trade right here at 94.80. And that would have been a $3 rundown before it did anything on the way up. And where do you put your stop? At the high of the orange candle, 95.50. So not bad, about a 70-cent stop. But again, Captain, I mean, the problem is after the fact, you can see how steep it is, but how do you know it's going to be steep, at the very beginning? Anyway, I am loving it. I am really wanting to see what this scan. I think Michael said I'll have something for tomorrow. What does that mean? I use volume candles on TradingView. What does that mean? Are you talking about the sideway candles? No, you're not talking about those, are you? I mean, obviously, here's the volume of the candle, but you must mean something else. Really? When you say you mean get wider? Really? I did not know they had that. Interesting. That's kind of cool. I mean, of course, I can just see the volume here, but I don't need it to get wider on me or wider. But I guess yeah. I mean, it's an interesting concept, though. So the volume can. So you're talking about okay, Mike Storm. So all you have to do, and in any chart, this is nothing special about the go into a go chart. So just right click on your chart and go to indicators and edit. This is for you guys. I do a little differently, but all you have to do is go edit. And then you see where it says volume, modify the colors. This okay, first of all, I want to make sure, are you following what I'm doing right now? Oh, okay. William is going to keep the room open until 4. Okay, yeah. So modify the colors and then up color, down, set up color, set down color. The palette. Okay. And don't forget to say okay and apply it. Now, I wonder what a gradient would do. What would a gradient do? Would that have anything to do with volume? Well, you know what I'll do? Just for fun. I'm sure Pepe knows, but he's too sick to tell me. So use gradient, set top color. Okay. This could be really weird looking. Oops. I probably should set it another color. And I don't know what these numbers mean. Ugh, that's ugly. Ah, good for you, Juan. Look at your GNLN now. Good for you. You got a pretty tight stop on it also. So that is good for you. And I mean, who knows? It might take out the high of the day, which is 16.7. I know it sounds crazy. It's at 15, but the way this thing trades and the volume that came in, all right. Thank you, Captain. Let me see what that means. The purple are high volume, time for buying. Smaller candles are pre-market. Yes. Huh. Interesting. Hmm. I get, it's just another visual way. Obviously, I mean, I can obviously see the volume down here, but another visual way of seeing everything. Yeah, because you can't really scan for the setup, can you? In TradingView? You know, I'm going to be watching this one tomorrow, guys. The GRAL. I want to see it. It's had a choppy day, very choppy day. Yeah, it's actually down for the day. I'm surprised. I mean, it had a nice start. This is an earnings play. I want to see how it closes. Okay, guys, I'm going to be taking off soon. Again, I don't have to go, but if there are no questions, I will take off. I'll hang around for another 3 minutes or so. So if you do have questions, put them in now. Again, I can stay later. But what I'll do for the people who are still in YouTube is I will put the main trading room link in for YouTube so you guys can head over to our main room. And all you have to do is just click. I have my homepage link down there. So if you click on my homepage link, and you see where it says trading room, okay, trading room, just click on that. This is for people in our YouTube room, okay, trading room, and then you can go into the main room, and William will keep the main room open till about 4 o'clock. Do I see room on Siga? Probably. I mean, look at the weekly chart. So the next high on the weekly chart, it's above that, a dollar above that. So now the next step is take a look at a monthly chart just to see where. Wow. So I have to go back. How far back do we have to go? I have to go back to about 2 years ago to see these highs. That was, I remember. I mean, this was when the monkeypox came into being. I guess this month right here. If I look at GovX, I'm sure we're going to see the same sort of thing. Yeah, right here. So, I mean, on a monthly chart, sure, it's got some room. You know, but you're talking about, and you know, this is the first big day, obviously. All right. Well, here's your news from the WHO. I do see that, Captain Para. Interesting. Oh, look at Grail. It really did move. And it's not quite positive, another 36 cents, and then it'll go positive. I really want to watch this one tomorrow. just because it's got all the room. What is the float for SIGA? That's IGA. Let's take a look at the float for SIGA. Yeah, not high, not low. 40 million. Well, if this were going to pull back, not that I want it to pull back for those of you who are in it, but there's the VWAP at $11. So there is a pullback area, but it looks like it's going to be tough to pull this one back right now. Okay, guys, I'll hang around for another minute to let somebody post anything they might want to ask. And if I don't see anything, then I'm going to take off. So always thanks for all the help all day long and indulging us, some of us who are talking about go, no go incessantly. Thank you, Captain. Interesting. No, it'll be open. William is keeping the room open until 4. Okay. I'm not shutting down the chat. Just I'll be off. I'll be not talking, and there'll be no screen sharing. But you guys can still converse amongst yourselves. Okay. I do not see any questions, so I will take off. Taking off for me right now, though, is going to be studying some of these charts for these transitions. So that's what I'm going to be doing. So thanks again for all the help, everybody. I will get on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock. The main room will be open sometime before 8 o'clock, sometimes around 7:30 or so, but certainly by 8 o'clock. And you guys can go in there, but I don't get on the mic till 9. And the same thing with our YouTube room. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Just give me a moment. Having a tough time closing out here. Oops. Okay, now YouTubers, I do have to shut you guys down completely. Okay, so again, I put my link in, my homepage link. Just go up to the top, find the trading room if you want to keep talking about trading with other traders.